Anyone who wants to speak, go ahead, raise your hand. We'll get you up here. Morning, human genome. Morning.
I do not.
I am not.
I've got the volume turned up pretty high on it too, and I'm not hearing anything. There we go. Sounds good.
Yep, hear it now.
But yeah, so for everyone just joining in, yeah, I guess headline news, at least for today, is that ICANN of IEP, famous legendary investor, had just gotten hit by a Hindenburg report. His shares are down something like 6%. Oh, wow, 9% now in pre-market. So earlier I was saying like, hey, maybe it's not going to have a big impact. Like he owns 85% of the shares, but maybe I'm wrong. 9% down so far. And who knows how much further it could go. So that'll be quite interesting, and sounds like Hindenburg is going to make another big bag. So perhaps well deserved. We've also got FOMC later this week. That is tomorrow, 2 p.m. as always. But it's almost a foregone conclusion. I think there's like a 94% chance, markets are pricing in a 94% chance of a 25 basis point interest rate hike. So, you know, if you want to play the contrarian, this might be your time, but also just know that you've got a very slim chance of winning. That's all from me. Let's see what plays you guys have. I know now that banking, like FRC, is dead, all of you FRC bag holders or bears can't make any more plays, but there's still PACW. Yesterday was a pretty wild day for PACW. Fell something like 12% midday, but today's looking a little flattish. Oh, and for those of you who were still in GameStop, sorry, yesterday was another unfortunate slow bleed for you. Closed something down like 4% or just higher than 4%, but around the 1850 mark, which puts it, you know, not too far from its pre-earnings price, right? Like we're now only 11% higher than we were pre-earnings. So, maybe things aren't so bad. You know, if you thought it was a buy at $16, I'm curious if you think it's a buy now at $18, given the fact that they announced earnings over that time period. Quite the surprise. Oh, MCB was down 18% yesterday. Sorry, Human, go ahead. Gino. Oh, okay. Yeah, MCB was down 18% as well yesterday. I mean, isn't it's pretty messed up to me, anyways, that we have all these banks making absolutely ridiculous moves. Might as well be like big tech companies announcing earnings. But it really does seem like a watershed moment for banking. And the interesting thing is, big banks are winning. Although maybe that's not that interesting. Maybe that's obvious to you. But JPM booked something like a $500 million gain on acquiring, what's it called? FRC, First Republic Bank. So, will this trend continue? Is JP Morgan going to continue to navigate and weather this and just absolutely kill it with their top deal making? Or, is something going to swoop in, and are some of these smaller regional banks going to bounce back from their heavily beaten down valuations?
So I will bank on the big banks surviving. Because again, you have to remember that these mid-sized regionals were the ones who lobbied so that they could have restrictions taken away on how they manage their assets, which is what led them into this situation in the first place. The big banks still have all those restrictions in place. So Dodd-Frank has prevented big banks from doing stupid things that cause them to collapse, while the mid-sized regionals have basically begged and begged to have these restrictions taken away. They got them taken away 2, maybe 3 years ago. And then the first thing they did was that they started doing a bunch of risky shit and throwing money at their executives. So again, it's not, and I want to say this, it's not that the big banks are doing something evil, which explains why they will survive. It's that they're actually banking properly. They're actually functioning as banks properly, and that's why they're going to survive.
That makes sense. And yeah, I mean, this is also kind of part of the problem. Matt Levine talked about this a little bit in his most recent newsletter, where with banks, there's a lot of things you can do where, the results don't show up for many years, but you get paid your bonus every 12 months. And so there's a mismatch of incentives there that I think is particularly strong for banks. I mean, it's present in all companies, and I'm sure that, I don't know, where have you guys seen a similar principal agent problem? Is that the right word? Where, employees can make bad decisions but benefit in the short term. And if so, what are those companies and how do I short them? All right, Old Reflection just wants to know what stocks I should buy. He should buy. It's what are the plays? No, you can't say GameStop because no one ever has any concrete reason as to why they want to buy GameStop. It's just Moasis.
I bought puts on rig, but I'm about to get fucked on that. So my thesis was that with the oil prices going down and the fact that Transocean does a lot of highly technical drilling, they are generally one of the first oil companies that starts losing money once the price of oil goes down. And they missed their earnings, which was anticipated, but they beat revenue slightly, and for some reason the price has gone up, which I don't even understand because their increase in revenue is not even outpacing inflation right now. But people seem to like it. I mean, so I'm not really sure. Rig was the oil company that I got puts based on last night's earnings call, but it looks like they're actually like going up after a loss or after a miss.
They had one-time expenses and revenues, and those are not going to be repeated, and it's going to change. That kind of changes their results a little bit. And they also pay a pretty decent dividend, so I'm guessing that's why people are still hanging on to that one. I too was surprised that it was flat after the earnings report, but it is what it is.
Well, some potentially bullish news for ChatGPT. Apparently, a study was found to see that ChatGPT is able to give better medical advice than actual doctors.
Interesting. So, I mean, if the trend continues, and I've seen a couple apps for this already, where ChatGPT is replacing the low-end doctors. What stocks are the first to be hit? I know a couple Canadian ones that are going to be hit, but the problem is the Canadian ones are already so shit that they're worth shorting anyways. I think there are probably some roll-ups in the US for doctors. However, they're probably all owned by private equity. So might be challenging to find the right vehicle to short doctors. Assuming that was your thesis, since, we can't really be long OpenAI unless your dad works at Microsoft.
It works at Microsoft. Does that count?
How about Teladoc as a vehicle for that?
That's a good point there. All these telehealth companies, I mean, if you can just go on ChatGPT and get a better diagnosis than them, not going to be too good for them.
The only issue you're going to run into is that, ChatGPT is not going to be able to write your prescription. So,
well, I imagine that something in the U.S. is going to happen to what we see here in Canada. For those who don't know, here in Ontario, we recently passed legislation that allows pharmacists to prescribe a fairly wide range of prescription medication to lighten the load on doctors. And I imagine that trend is just going to continue. You're going to see more of the responsibilities of doctors being shifted to pharmacists, and then eventually to, ChatGPT or something once it's well known that it's effective and it works. But this is
like
my
Teladoc.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's like Teladoc, right? Weight Watchers, Teladoc. Their form of Teladoc they bought. That, I just stepped into this, right? I'm just guessing kind of like the theory that you're kind of touching on of everything's just going to be self-done, right? Just call us. We'll fix it for you. Just follow our program. Trust everybody. Right? Trust technology. Right opinion? Trust technology.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you can get it to a good... The question is, though, is Teladoc, a good investment
Teladoc,
regardless?
Teladoc is the number one of the garbage dealers down there. But the reason why there's such no Adderall, no methylphenidate, no Ozempic, no the other Zempic, right? And every other little thing that there isn't at your thing. But how close are you to a college? How close are you to a university when you've got no Adderall, no methylphenidate? Okay, everybody uses it for studying, right? And we just prescribe it to you by the phone, right? No wonder they got such a fucking problem. There's just all these doctors down there doing Teladoc, and it's like a fucking game of fuck, let's start a new fucking problem. We've already done it big enough for fucking Purdue. Thank you fucking very much, guys. Couldn't figure that problem out in 20 years.
I think this is a problem of, maybe loving or maybe hating the product, but not necessarily the company. I mean, they've been making losses every single quarter for as long as I can quickly take a look. Like, this does not seem to be like a particularly healthy company. And even though in like recent quarters, I think it's narrowed a lot, they're still losing a lot of money, which is challenging in this economic environment. And
Who
that,
owns them? Who owns them? Who owns them?
Like,
what subsidiary? What subsidiary? They're out of New York. I know exactly everything about these guys. So don't worry. But I'm just not going to elaborate on it. I'm just saying, do your own DD, go deep, real deep, and then go, whoa, holy shit, there's an umbrella tree here, right? But I mean, it's not that bad because there's so many other ones that are out there that are just as bad, right? And they all do the same thing. They can take a loss, but who's paying for the fucking loss? Doesn't matter if that's a loss. That's just that company. Who are you promoting? Me.
Yeah. So long story short, you're bearish Teladoc then at the current price, $27?
No, I'm not. I'm neutral on them. I'll tell you, I'm neutral on any of them because I would be more looking at like Novo Nordisk. I'm looking at the guys that have got all the money makers right now, which are Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly, right? With all those, what it's supposed to be for one other reason, but those guys are selling them, Teladocs, put it over because there's no Ozempic for your diabetes. My mom takes it, so I've kind of got like a little tie there. Anyways,
okay.
And the list goes on. You get me? And then that's what they're pumping. I'm not just and there's shortages in places where there's a lot of people out there in the world that have been on it, these products like Adderall and all these other things for 25 years, right?
Yeah. All right. So hold on, Luxar. I don't want to get too far away from the conversation, which is really,
I don't
like,
want to go on
what do we want to trade? Yeah.
The trade is, I go with the drug companies that are, if you do your due diligence, that they'll be mostly tied to. What do we have more? Like, you pump my product, right? Pump my product. What I'm saying. That's what I see with these Teladocs.
All right.
I've been on Adderall for about 25 years.
I'm out the window on that one. Sorry. I'm neutral, and that's it.
Oh,
I'm not playing it.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Lockstar. Sorry. Did you want to say something? If not, we can move on to...
I was going to say I've been on Adderall for 25 years, and I'm very bullish on it. I think it should be an over-the-counter medicine, like aspirin. But anyway, that's just my opinion, man. RWT, breaking down below $6. Traditionally, this is where I buy the stock. I hold a little over 1,000 shares long, and I'm looking to add another few hundred shares here at this price. I like the stock. It's a REIT, pays a very solid dividend. It does have a traditional mortgage arm, which is one of the reasons it gets beaten down when banks get beaten down. But the REIT side of the business is very strong, right? The actual side of the business that's renting apartment homes and stuff like that to people, very strong, very strong. So I like the stock. Ticker's RWT. I like it at this price as well. And
what's the price again?
Anytime it's below
again?
$6. Anytime it's below $6, I look at buying. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's called. Are they also doing commercial real estate?
No. Well, I should say last time I did a deep dive on their actual real estate was like 6 months ago, and they weren't then. I assume they didn't get into it because I would have noticed.
I don't think anyone would have gotten into commercial real estate in the last 6 months if they hadn't already been in it.
Federal commercial, though, correct? Is this federal commercial?
No. It's a residential. It's like houses and apartments and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just making sure they didn't have exposure to the commercial real estate market, which is uncertain.
I have this opinion on this, and maybe even Opinion might have this opinion on this because he sees it, is that in the commercial real estate, and this goes all over the place, is that if they're going to do anything with it, are they going to convert to commercial residential real estate until they could fully like send it over? Because like a lot of these commercial buildings, I'm talking Vancouver, Toronto, all the big places that have all these buildings, they're very, very like there's lots of them, but they're empty. Yeah, okay, whatever. Why don't you just convert them? Right? It costs lots, but cheap fix for what they need and they say they need. The building's there, fucking buy it up and redo it. The guys that own it half the time, which is like, you know, all the big guys, they just convert it. Just give them the license to do it. It's not that easy to change them over here, right? It's all policy and government, right? So, anyways, my opinion.
There are some comments about RE being up, and honestly, since I bought the shares, I haven't looked at them. But, you know, they are up.
I still like Weight Watchers. I really do. If Oprah came back and went on Ozempic, could you imagine what that would do for it? Because she's a spokesman for losing weight. How about Ozempic?
I think Oprah's still alive. I mean, you were like,
still
imagine
alive.
if she came back. Okay.
Well, I know. Right? Come on.
Yeah, it did kind of sound like that, right?
Exactly. Fucking just, guess what? Get ChatGPT to fucking make a new Oprah. Can love that, babe. She's hot. For who she is, she's a good spokesman. She's like your Martha Stewart. You know? Snoop Dogg.
Sorry, I just want to shout out Leapin for dropping just knowledge bombs in chat nonstop. Where are you even getting this? Rivian is getting absolutely crushed. 150 billion market cap to 12 billion. Yeah.
Hey, opinion, do you know anything on Nomura Holdings?
No, I do not. Tell me about them.
No, I've been doing a little bit of research over the weekend. I just kind of got the information on Sunday. Japanese holdings kind of bank. I've been doing a little bit of a deep dive on it. I heard a little bit about a domino following, and that they might be possibly one of the ones in the financials just to take a look at. Not sure, just heard. Okay. Vague. I'm gonna have to elaborate a little bit more here. I'm gonna go to them here, and I have some stuff in here. I'll just go look at it. Just asking.
Definitely be some lost panicking this week thanks to SoFi. Fuck you very much, Doc.
What was that?
Fucking SoFi.
Yeah, I don't get that one either. I mean, all in all, their earnings and everything sounded good, but for some reason they tanked. And they're tanking again this morning.
Yeah, my theory on it is this fucking guy, Conscious Evening 57 on Reddit, took a $1.2 million position on them for their earnings and wrecked my $1,000 of calls.
What kind of position did he have? Like, did he have puts? Did he short them?
Oh no, he was long. Me and him are in the same boat. We're both long-term SoFi fans, and we both got it snapped off in our ass. But he's losing a lot more than me. But I'm convinced that because he took such a regarded position, much of it was options, though it was long-dated options. The big money came in and fucked SoFi solely to ruin that guy's position, and I'm just like collateral damage from it.
I'm holding out to.
I heard that this Doug, what is it? Doug Large, Doug Large. He was going off all weekend, and he's from some hedgy that was just going off talking about how everything's just a fucking facade, and they had to damper his Twitter feed. I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it. But there's a bunch of actually, I'm gonna go look them up because supposedly there's a whole bunch of DD on it. But the screenshots were all over the place, and they had to erase them all weekend. And he's from a hedge fund. I have no idea what it's about, though. No, it's tied to the bank, so.
Good morning, everybody. I've been kind of playing Costco. It's been swinging about. I am on the call side. I entered the position I hold now. I was getting into it yesterday. I did take on some of them. But I think Costco is going to have a bit of a run, and my confirmation bias was that it showed up on Hardy's playlist as I think he has 495 calls on Costco June 16, I believe is what showed up on his list, and in the pre-market it did gap up some, so that's one I've been just kind of playing both sides of for a while now and having pretty decent success.
Well, if you want a little more confirmation bias, the entire sector has been doing really good, so I actually think that might be a solid play, but who knows? I'm getting fucked on Rick this morning, so I don't know anything.
On or at Rick's? Because that would be the difference between a good thing and a bad thing. What's going on with Rick's?
Not Rick's, RIG. Transocean.
Gotcha.
There's probably some overlap between the workers at RIG and where they spend their money. I'll throw that out there. Probably spend it at Rick's. I say this having worked in the oil industry a long time ago.
Had the earnings last year, and based on everything, they said a lot of great shit. Their numbers are great, everything, and their stock is going down. But honestly, I feel that's deserved.
Rick? Yeah, I'm really short on Rick. I mean, one, I don't see how it holds up in a recession very well. Two, it's a legacy business, man. I mean, with things like OnlyFans around, I just don't see how a classic strip club survives. You know?
Which strip club are we talking about? That fucking sweet ass one? Let's go.
We're talking about Rick. We're talking about Rick, the only one that's publicly traded.
Oh, Rick, that one. Okay, yeah. I keep thinking about Rig for some reason when everybody says Rig or Rip. You know, like just like that kind of. It all sounds the same to me this morning. You can survive if you're Rig, because there was other people that were short and Rig. Rick, I remember that one. Quite the lineup of strip clubs, guys. Actually, I'm quite impressed.
Maybe they'll buy out.
Like,
maybe they'll buy out the Playboy brand and turn that thing around. Oh, the garbage bucket.
Nobody needs to.
Playboy also publicly traded. I just saw a bunch of Playboy handbags on sale for $1 a piece by a guy just selling them at a table here downtown. You know how they are. And I was like, man, that's what's happened to their brand. That's what's happened to their brand.
Yeah,
worth $1.
Those bags are totally legit, aren't they?
Yeah, they're probably not, but yeah, I get you. But that's what's put them under, right? Just copy. I mean, I got a fucking jumpsuit, black jumpsuit that I might wear to, you know, a strip club, just because. But I mean, you know, mine's from Hong Kong, where they made it originally, and it's nice. But I mean, exactly what you're saying. Easy to knock off, but yeah, I get it. Maybe make it go away for a bit. You know, like some of the other brands that have been out there. I don't know. I'm wearing a starter jacket right now.
I'm just surprised that Playboy's still a publicly listed company. I'm just shocked.
It's a facade. It's just a facade. What it is is Blockbuster. It's just sitting there waiting to fucking happen. It's who could crush them. You got to look at who owns that. I actually did a deep dive on them, and the owner just rebought back a whole shitload more shares. Right? It's got it's just the guy has unbelievable oil money or whatever he's got. Right? Like the guy that owns it doesn't give a flying fuck. He just wants the Playboy mansion. That's it. Right? He's got to pay. They just renewed their whole advertising thing, right? Like with that whole thing for the label, right? The bunny, put it on stuff. They got some stuff going. It's good. I do your deep dive on it. Exactly. It needs to be fixed though by somebody that knows all the fuck they're doing.
I've looked into Rick a little bit, and I think they're in pretty good shape, actually. The CEO owns quite a bit of his own shares, and they are very diligent in their capital allocation, as they only acquire clubs that are like 3 times EBITDA, and I think the capital management is very good.
I will say another thing going for them is they do heavily vet people that open up their clubs. Like the vetting process is pretty intense, and like they want people that have like a decade of hospitality experience, et cetera, like some real operators that are running these clubs. So I mean, that's a good thing.
They had started a few years ago. I think they had about 40 clubs. Now they have almost 50, and they said there's about 500 in the U.S. that they're eyeing. They own I think they bought a pretty prestigious club in England or somewhere like that. But they also have clubs in all the major Super Bowl areas, all the major events that happen, March Madness, Kentucky Derby, all those areas. They have strip clubs in those areas, so they make a lot of money from high rollers. Plus, I also feel the loneliness factor will only increase.
Is that where everybody goes? Fuck, I just thought they went online. I didn't even think people got out of their houses anymore. Like, honestly, if they wanted to do a real strip club thing, which would be cool, is do it like where you can just pay to have the strip club in your house on your TV via the strip club, and you just pay for your feed. Bang.
Okay, let's move on. We've beaten this horse to death. There was someone like 10 minutes ago that was like, hey, can we move off these and onto other plays? We just kept going. Thoroughly beat that horse to death. All right. What else we got? Or we can stay on it. That's cool if we don't got anything else.
I'm long calls on SQQQ, expiration June 16, 31 strike. NASDAQ had a decent pump. I think it's bound to come down some. And I'm also in the TSM puts. Those also go out into June. I want exposure in case there's, seismic activity or an earthquake like Warren Buffett suggested there could be.
You're not expecting real earthquakes, are you? I mean, I think he was referring to political seismic activity.
There's a chance that the ground could shake. What causes it, really? Who knows?
Ice cream from fucking DQ. He still eats the shit, and he's 90 almost. Whatever he is.
What does he have to lose?
Coca-Cola. Does Kramer have anything interesting to inverse today?
You think it's dead now. Wait till the actual recession hits. We'll be like 5 people here. There'll just be opinion starting a chat for an empty room. Sad days ahead. Anyway, but do we really think that, though? I'm kind of skeptical about a recession happening in the later half of this year. I know everybody's saying it's going to happen, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost like inverse the news sometimes. It's like, I don't know, I'm not saying that, right? But what I'm saying is the numbers, the way they stack up, it's just like keep printing money, right? What's a money printer printing today is the interesting one, right? Isn't the cap?
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you,
like,
because it's something I read. The article that I read, they talked about how it's not an inverse yield curve on the 2 and 10 year that indicates the onset of a recession. It's the reversion back to normal after the inversion that indicates the imminent onset of a recession. So until the yield curve reverts back to normal, the recession is not going to happen.
I have a strip club related
So
play, if that's all right. Is it?
So if we keep the yield curves inverted, no recession. Got it.
That's what it said.
S-Ball, did you have a
I did.
a strip club related play? I'd love to hear it.
I did. So Pornhub has since been banned from Utah, so they're no longer broadcasting their content there. Any potentials for playing? I think Pornhub is a publicly traded company, is it not?
No. Well, they're Canadian, owned by Canada, in Montreal. There's a documentary on it on Netflix. If you need more education on it, very interesting.
So they're privately held?
Practically.
Okay. I thought they were owned by what was the? Well, my apologies. Okay, thank you.
I like fertilizer companies though. I do like CVI. I'm with Slut on that one. Good DD on that one. That's a Coral Icon play too. He owns most of that. We're gonna need lots of nitrogen, stuff like that, to try to have a bumper crop, depending on how the weather is. And I've heard overall low mid, seen it actually with the hail that they've been having, size of fucking baseballs. Some weird weather shit happening though, right? So like that makes it late, but still they need the product on the field to make things happen. I don't know what they're planting, but if anybody has any elaboration on, what they're planting around them when they drive and they see it and they're in farm territory, elaborate. Because I can't talk it unless I know it a little bit more.
I just got a report back from Scald, and he says corn.
Fuck, what hybrid, who makes the seeds?
Man.
So?
We got so much corn around here. Oh, Hardy's here. Hey, Hardy, can you talk about Sundial for a second? It was on your list. I think this is the only time we're going to get Hardy to talk about a wheat stuff.
And then he left. He was wise to your game.
Oh, he's got that error. This has happened on my iPhone. I had to turn off my iPhone and turn it back on. It was super annoying. I wasn't able to talk at all until then.
Hey, I got one for you. This is like inverse this one. It's going to be either, this is a Stanley Cup prediction from Canada. It's either going to be the Kraken or it's going to be Vegas Knights in the Stanley Cup final. I'm hoping for the Kraken.
Okay. How's that?
We can hear you fine.
Cool. So there's not much to say about Sundial other than that they've hit one of the two important price levels. And they've had a consistent enough reaction that it's worth putting down a play. Beyond that, I really haven't done much due diligence.
I gotcha. Someone asked in the chat if it's possible to manipulate a small cap crypto with the amount of people we have in here. You can do it with a lot less than 300 people, buddy. You can manipulate a small cap crypto with like 5 people.
Even better, you can just make your own small cap crypto, throw it on Uniswap, and if you get enough people to fuck with it, then you're a millionaire.
True story. Let's move on from financial fraud and back to WallStreetBets.
Hardy, can I, if he's still here? Yeah. Did you, what form of AI did you use for this morning's plays? How was that picture made? Do you make it through that too?
Stable diffusion.
Okay, thank you.
That picture was stable diffusion.
All right.
Pretty much all of
My
them were,
favorite
with the
of all
exception,
time
I think, of the first 4, which were Midjourney.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say the one I appreciate the most is Elmo by Licorice Twizzlers for sure.
Elmo has 3 eyes and a blue tongue. It was not a good representation of Elmo. I'm just impressed that you recognized it.
I appreciate it, actually.
That was a proper cursed image of Elmo.
Right? It's like an egg nose. It's got an egg for a nose. And the third eye is the best thing. Twizzlers is made out of Twizzlers. Like,
oh man, someone's saying puts on Disney. More downsies in their future. I don't know if I can take this. I've been holding Disney long for a long time. I do, like, when it comes to Disney, I sound like some people that were on here that held Meta bags for like a generation. Bad. And you know, Disney keeps doing these layoffs, and I keep expecting the stock price to rocket. Every day on my LinkedIn, it's like, oh, I had to leave Disney after 9 years. I'm so grateful to be part of the Imagination team, whatever. Like every day on LinkedIn, there's another ex-Disney person posting about it. So with these
the
kind
good
of
news,
layoffs,
Scott,
I thought I would be going to the bin. Oh, go ahead.
with the good news is that Anita is going to be going to Disney World next week, so we'll see. We'll get a couple more eyes on the ground to get a sense of how busy the parks are. If the parks are not busy, it implies there's room for growth. If they're still full and packed, then there's a good chance at least Parks and Entertainment has very little growth available, and any growth in Disney would come from their content division.
is this with the fam? Like family, you know?
No, I am not going. Neither is Noah, just Anita and one of her friends.
Oh, okay. That's very interesting because it gives a different perspective as well, right? I mean,
no, they just needed a break from Noah.
Well,
and a well-deserved one at that.
Gosh, hey, I went there 3 times before I was 7 with my mom. She'd take me there every time. I'd never want to go in that haunted house in Western Disneyland. They had to stop the ride for me, if you can believe that. I think you might be able to. First time anybody had to go down the side doors. We went out and they had to restart the ride. How embarrassing for my mom.
Dude, once when I was at Disney World, the It's a Small World broke down, and I was in one of the tunnels, and I had to listen to It's a Small World on loop for 2.5 hours before they got the ride working again.
Like you were at Disney World, or
did you
was that at Land or World?
Disney World.
Okay, so that's the one in Florida, correct? Yeah. Because Disneyland, I had almost a similar one happen. Oh, yeah, I've been through there too many times. Yellow Submarine was cool.
Someone said, did anybody listen to MGM earnings? I think they mooned a little bit because they bought a sports betting company or something like that. I don't know. I'm not following them too closely.
Who? Buy Williams or buy Penn West, and you might be doing good. That those guys are way too expensive. Competition, right? Like the betting right now. Good for the playoffs right now. Everything's playoff. These playoffs are good. I'm telling you. I'm liking it. DraftKings, well, worth a great dive. Just too much giving away of money too.
Someone said breaking news: Coinbase is moving out of the U.S.
Where? Caymans? Bahamas? Some fucking foreign island you've never heard of before?
I believe that bit of information is GBT. Someone said England.
So Coinbase set up an office in an exchange based in Bermuda, but they still have their U.S. operations.
No. They're actually moving. According to this article, they're actually moving to England. Is that right?
I'm seeing this article 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, they did the thing with the Bermuda exchange like several days ago.
There's also some article about the CEO and board members exploiting insider info to sell off like 2.1 billion in stock.
I mean, congratulations, SEC. You actually stifled financial innovation by not passing reasonable laws in the course of a decade. Amazing. Complete dumbass.
I haven't seen the SEC do one useful fucking thing.
I mean, let's be honest. There's a lot of companies that bank abroad, and it should be no surprise that, crypto banking is going to make the same type of transition away from the U.S., or at least have a strong international influence. The U.S. is very restrictive on what it allows and tends to, track people's transactions very closely, which is actually usually not useful for a lot of banking. And what I mean by that is that people can't launder money in the US, so you got to move it abroad.
Oh, which adds to the conversation for plays. What do we think on Coinbase for their earnings coming up in a couple days? Up or down?
I think based on the current news, I'd say up.
Well, I don't know. With all the regulatory uncertainty and the increasing reserves that were set aside, it would imply a lost opportunity, especially with interest in crypto waning and their transaction business not performing as well as expected. Does anyone know the analyst expectations for revenue on Coinbase year over year? If it's up, then bearish. If it's down, flat to bullish.
On a side note, Nvidia's been on a tear. We got AMD earnings today. Is AMD gonna do anything useful?
I think NVIDIA is really leading the way in AI. AMD is playing catch up.
If Coinbase starts offering futures trading to the U.S., that's going to bring them a lot of business, because that was the whole reason anybody used Binance, was because you could do futures and really fucking leverage yourself out, where you can't do that on Coinbase.
Well, that should be market open. Good luck, guys.
Someone's saying there's an immediate halt. Immediate halt on what? Coinbase? What are we talking about here? In the comments. LXEH looks like a pump and dump, buddy. Looks like a pump. I can see that from here. Admittedly, I didn't even open the app. Someone said it was incorporated out of Hong Kong, and that's all I need to know.
I mean, I know it looks like it's mooning, but like if you just look at the chart 3 months out, it was at the same price it's at now. It's not really doing anything. It's literally just regaining some of the massive amount of loss it's had over the course of 1 year.
So a random stock that has been down a ton is up a bit, and somebody in chat is trying to tell us that it's a great opportunity. I think we can piece this together. I think we can piece this together from there, folks.
Especially considering
Someone said what's
earlier-
happening with MGM. They bought some sort of gambling app, I think.
There's too many sports betting websites out there. As you're watching the playoffs, it's like every single time it's a different platform being advertised.
MCB Bank is down 8% on news that one of their executives basically is a fucking idiot. I could go into more details, but that's what you really need to know. $7 million personal loan? I don't know. Kind of reminds me of FTX bullshit going on over there. MCB Bank, to the floor.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Well, not really. My BP calls are not doing well at all.
Did BP report already?
Yes, they did.
I take it wasn't too good.
It was not. BDPS missed revenue, and it went downhill real fast. They are down 8% this morning. So, I don't know. I doubled down. We'll see what happens.
I mean, at least they beat EPS.
They didn't miss earnings by much or revenue by much, but yeah, it's bad. Luckily, I got expiration on the 12th, so it could possibly rebound by then, but let's find out. It's going to be great.
BlackBerry's up around 8% this morning. They announced that they're going to be looking into some kind of reorganization or realigning their organization, something like that.
To be honest, like as I'm thinking about it, I don't really expect anything good coming out from AMD.
I generally don't feel bad for people that have enough money to take a $1.2 million position, but I really feel bad for this guy on his SoFi position that shit is just getting killed.
Do you know when his calls expire? On SoFi?
You can see his post on the subreddit. He's got all his positions up there. I think a lot of them are like 2025 leaps, but still, I mean, so he'll probably wind up just fine. But it's gotta suck to look at this right now, where it's just getting killed for not a really great reason other than being a bank.
Guess who just got a loan against their Bitcoin? This guy.
Pray tell, what are you going to do with that loan?
Oh, nothing interesting. I'm using it for expenses to start this business. Nothing too. I'm not going to use it for stonks. I thought about it, but no. Too risky. Too risky. I do have a secret goal one year that I wanna live off so many loans from various assets that I'm able to qualify for food stamps because I earned $0 in actual income. It's one of my secret bucket list items. Not that I would do that. I'm just saying, in theory.
Right.
It would be fun.
It's especially if you're self-employed. It's real easy to get your reportable income under about $30,000 a year and live off the government like so many do.
I mean, I've never done that. Even when I had my own business, I never did that. But I know people who do. I know people who do.
Yeah, I love it when I'm hanging out in Food Lion trying to get like a pizza or something, buying some food, and there's somebody paying with food stamp card while also checking their messages on their brand new iPhone 14 Pro Max, whatever. And you see their key fob on their keychain is to like a brand new Dodge Durango. In other news, Coinbase seems to be getting a little negative pressure.
In other news, we're talking about SoFi. SoFi's down. That's true. Looks like
they are getting brutalized. But the $7 calls expiring Friday are 1 penny. So, you know, Just stack up on 1,000 of those and see what happens at the Fed meetings.
So they are. So they are.
Anyone grab Chegg puts? Chegg is down like 50%.
Holy shit! Yeah, I'm feeling like a bear this week, man. I'm thinking just puts on anything and everything is a good idea.
Yeah, Chegg was a pretty obvious one. Somebody on here talked about it, and then I looked into it. And ChatGPT basically eating their shares. So I figured I'd put 1K in it, and turned out to be a fuck ton. So
Yeah, someone said they were up. They had a 25 bagger. Someone in the chat posted a 25 bagger on Chegg, right?
Yeah, that's me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a 25 bagger.
Jesus, on the 1,000 you put in, you got 25 grand.
Yep.
Nice.
Now I'm like, why the fuck didn't I put more? It's because I played this other earnings RMBS. It distracted me from the real one.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, Chegg's about ready to go to. I mean, there's still meat on that bone. I think they're going to go to zero because, I mean, what happens, right? I mean, OpenAI and ChatGPT literally just crush them, and then they're done.
They're probably going bankrupt.
Yeah. So I mean, like, it went down, but it might just keep going down. Everyone said, like, when I started shorting Root Insurance, they're like, oh, I don't know how much more down it has to go. It already lost half of its market cap. They ended up going from a $5 billion company to being worth $40 million. They ended up losing like 95% of their market cap. So they had lost half of it. They had another half to go, basically.
It'd be crazy if Chegg turns into like a fucking dollar.
I mean, I think it's just going to keep going down. What could they do to save their business? That's what I want to know.
Well,
I don't know of anything.
Integrate.
Like the puts really aren't that expensive for where it's headed.
Dude, they were like 15 cents yesterday. Now they're like $3 plus.
I mean, at that strike, but current, like at the money, it's not that bad for a company that's that fucked.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at $7.50 options puts for Chegg, they are like 25 cents. The question is, do they have a reversal first? But I don't know why anyone would buy it. Buy the share.
I'd love to hear a counter argument on Chegg, though. I mean, like, because I can't think of one.
Yeah, someone asked, how do you know ChatGPT killed it? They specifically said it. They called it out. Similar to when Meta had their earnings and they mentioned that TikTok is coming after them, their market share. Same thing with Chegg. They mentioned ChatGPT is fucking them. And that I believe that their forward guidance for the next quarter, they told the investors that it's going to be horrible.
Yeah, I mean, they basically said in their earnings call that ChatGPT is going to crush them, right? I mean, that's literally like what they said.
And that next quarter is going to be even worse. So it's like,
yeah,
all
they're
right,
like,
well,
it's bad and it's going to get worse. It's like, Jesus.
It's bad because ChatGPT is fucking us hard, and it's gonna get even worse next quarter. So, stock went down 50%.
Well, guys, enjoy the rest of your day since I have to go back to work now for the foreseeable future. Make up these losses. Have a good day. Don't lose too much money.
Have a good one. It's like my Pac West puts are up almost 300%. So far, that's good.
Let's see, we got questions about Rocket Lab earnings. I have no idea. We also got questions about Zeb. I know a few freight brokers are saying prices have gone back to pre-COVID levels. That's what's up. Yeah, Czech could train their own specialized LMM model, large language model, to do Czech things. But here's the thing. Isn't their business based around, like, basically exploiting academics in third world countries to write essays for American college students? I mean, they don't have the core competency necessary. No one in their organization knows. They probably barely know how to check their email over there, let alone write an LMM model. It's just not going to happen.
Dude, people in third world countries are not like retarded, you know that, right? They're just like living in a different country.
Thanks for the clarity, bro.
Sorry, I just wanted to point that out because I grew up in a third world country.
Damn,
and I was
I'm
like,
done.
that had like better infrastructure than the US. And I'm like, well, what the fuck?
As long as they vote Trump.
But what I'm talking about is the purchasing power parity, the delta between the purchasing power of an American college student's big American dollars versus whatever the currency is in the country you grew up. The purchasing power parity of those dollars is probably a lot higher when it goes there, right? So American college student that's got $700 over there, $700
Absolutely.
might mean something, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no. And in that factor, you are absolutely right.
Speaking of third world countries, Simple's here.
Yeah, I mean, America is a third world healthcare system, so we get to experience that all the time. That's pretty great.
My country is second world, not a third. I guarantee, not the first.
Close enough.
We are a middle child.
Is that Simple Vice? Oh,
Damn,
hey.
I am a middle child.
What up, Stealth?
Simple Vice, are you from the communist nations? Huh?
9. Croatia was socialist for what, 10 years?
You are from the second world. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, second world. Yeah. So just joined EU, stable coin, euro. We have a stable coin, stable economy, 6% growth. I think. Yeah, it's fine. Paycheck is medium paycheck is. I can't remember what it was. I think it was 1,200 per month. That's like a middle paycheck here. So not too bad. It's fine. a lot of income is from tourism, to be fair. So yeah, pure middle. But also, like, talking to you and some other people from WallStreetBets, like, I make as much as they do, and my cost of living is not even close. So yeah.
Yeah, but you're like a developer, right? You got specialized skills that has pushed you to the top of the income bracket there, right?
I'm a BA. I'm a business analyst, and I do have some skills. But yeah, I am. But even then, I'm in the middle. You know.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. I mean, I have my paycheck is like I have 2 times the average. No. Yeah, I earn decent money.
I was gonna
Say
say,
that.
I thought you were up there a little bit higher than the average. So.
No, but here's the thing. So when I was talking to Luz and some other dudes from here, we were discussing about the real estate and the expenses of living and everything else. Like, it's much smaller, cheaper. Like it's not even comparable. Like, even I have a friend who works in a bank in the US, and now he wants to switch to EU, and he's shocked by the paychecks that they have in EU for the same positions, you know. In the US he would earn, like, let's say 70, 80. In EU they won't even pay him like 40 for the same position, you know. So but it's different. Like, I don't pay, like, my company, here's the thing, my company covers my even my additional health. My company covers if my child wants to go to kindergarten. I don't have a child still, but like, my company, they cover my insurance, they cover my gym, they cover my a lot of fucking shit that, like, in the US, like, you will be fucking shocked. Like, I have a free medical examination that I can go on the company dime. I have all the education, like paid language courses, whatever. Like, if they didn't pay me that much, in that regard, I would have a lot more fucking money. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, you've got a lot of like employee benefits and stuff that it counts. It counts because you don't have to spend it out of your own pocket, right? So it's covered. That makes a lot of sense.
Even then, I have 24 vacation days, and then I have additional 10 to 15 days a year paid medical leave. So I can take like 45, 50 days a year for free to have a 100% paycheck. Everything is paid in full.
Nice. Yeah, I've been talking to the wife, and after we sell this next business, we've been talking about maybe moving.
I think I lost you, Skull. You were saying you want to move to where?
He wants to move to a country where they have good internet connections.
Yeah, even my internet. So, how much do you guys pay for 2 gigabytes wire? Like, does anybody know? How much do you pay?
In most places in America, you can't get 2 gigabytes. What, are you kidding me? You're lucky if you. You're lucky if you. You're lucky if you get 300 megabytes.
I have 1 gig up and down, and that's pretty rare.
And how much is that?
It's
like,
90.
Jesus
90 a month.
Christ.
Yeah.
For 2. For me, for 2 gig. Yeah.
I'm from a town in Romania where they still have dirt roads that go. The main road is still a dirt road, they have better internet access in that town in Romania than I do here in the United States. And I live in a big city here in the United States.
Yeah, but Romania is famous for good internet access. Like, all jokes aside, like they did like some major infrastructure.
Yeah, this is why there's that meme that America's a third world country wearing a Gucci belt. That's I don't know if you guys have ever seen that meme, but conversations like this make me think it's true.
So for me, 2 gigabytes per second is $30 a month wire.
Oh my god.
And that's upload and download.
Oh, that's symmetric. That's a symmetric connection. Oh my god.
Yeah. What did you think?
Sick. That's
No, it's
sick. No, most over here, most residential, like non-business connections are not symmetrical. Simple. So they'll be like 1 gig down, but they'll be like 200 up or 300 up, 300 megabytes up, like 200 megabytes up. They'll be like 1/5 of your download.
No.
Yeah,
And that's
normally you only get symmetric connections through business accounts.
No, but this is, I have to be fair, like this is a newer project. Like a lot of cities now, like it's a major infrastructure undertaking. But it's super fucking cool. Like in my new place, I bought a place, like I'm getting it right now. Like it's gonna be fucking amazing for the gaming. So yeah, it's different.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah. See, this is why I'm going to retire to Costa Rica. So that's my plan.
Costa Rica is also expensive. Come on.
It's a little more expensive than some places, but cheaper than here. Still cheaper than the cost of living here.
But wait, you live in Utah, like that's not expensive, right?
I live in Ohio. It's not as expensive as some places, but still. My dad lived in Santa Cruz, California for a while, which is just north of Silicon Valley and just south of San Francisco. He was paying $2,500 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment. And he was happy that he got it for so cheap.
You want to hear the best part? So I have only 13% tax on capital gains, and I only pay one-time fee for purchasing a property. So I paid my place, let's say for the easier counting, I paid $100K. The only payment that I need to make to the country is 3%, so $3,000. That's it for the life. That's the only real estate tax that I need to pay. There's a lot of fucking shit that that goes into it.
Man.
No local property tax? That's crazy.
Yep. No, you only have it for vacation house, but even then it's like I pay $200 a year for a house on an island.
Maybe maybe since Coinbase is moving to the UK, maybe I'll take them up on that institutional investing job. Live in Croatia and just fly into London when they need me.
Croatia's a beautiful place, man. They have some nice beachfront properties there.
Yeah. So yeah, when I talk with my American friends, they always surprised by how much people make. But then when you count everything, it's like I went to the dentist the other day, and I had like 2-3 teeth fixed. I paid like €100 for. It's not even fucking comparable, boys. Like I love US. Like it's a beautiful country. It's amazing economy, whatever, but they're fucking ripping you off on everything. Like it's unbelievable.
Yeah, but we have Trump. You don't.
I love Trump.
Exactly.
We don't have Coinbase anymore though, since they announced they're leaving.
But don't you guys pay more in taxes overall? What country you live in again? I live in Croatia. We overall, meaning like how much the government takes from your salaries. That could be true. They're taking up to, I think, 27% from your paycheck, or 30 or whatever.
That just depends on if you actually pay your taxes. Here, tax avoidance is like a sport, and you can win at it and you can lose at it.
So, my question is, just how hard is it to start a business in Croatia? That's my question.
You can do it online.
Are you serious? That's that easy? Nice.
To register a company or whatever.
Yeah, that's always my question, because like some places it's really hard to get incorporation papers and stuff. There, it's easy.
It's easy.
Nice.
I think majority of Europe now, like Europe learned its lesson for the last 15 to 20 years of not as much investment, foreign investment money as some other places. They learned the lessons from Dubai, to be honest. So yeah, it's super easy. Super.
Well, that's perfect. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great.
I'm just looking at a chat right now. I didn't even look if somebody is asking some questions. Island of Maine, the dude is living. No capital gains. Syntax stack is capped at 250k. No inheritance tax. Yeah, that's the same. No corporation tax. Jesus Christ. So the dude lives on Island of Maine, but that's like in the middle of fucking nowhere. I wouldn't live in. That's UK, right? Dang, but true. I wouldn't live there if somebody paid me.
There's a lot of Formula One drivers that live there. I don't know why. Probably because of all those tax breaks they just mentioned.
No. It's because of racing, dude. They have a really famous race there. Of course, it's because of the yeah, it's really famous, but of course it's because of the fucking tax.
Right.
Dude, if you've never seen the Isle of Man motorcycle racing, it's up there with World Rally racing as far as danger. It's like the most dangerous shit I've ever seen on TV.
Yeah, I was just the other day I was talking with my friend. We were planning to go like next year, maybe, or in 2 years. Like that shit is amazing. So now that we talked international investments, what is everybody investing in stocks? I actually got out of Meta. Took a nice 38% gain. That's enough for me.
And apparently, I didn't get the memo on the Chegg puts. Otherwise, I would have been in on that. some nice money made today.
I still think there's room down to go. I just don't see. I mean, their whole model, right, is that they pay people to write essays for college students. ChatGPT destroyed their entire business.
Funny enough story. I actually know a guy who owns a business that does exactly that. It's a lot smaller, but yeah, when ChatGPT came out, it's just non-existent now.
Does anybody pay for ChatGPT? Does anybody have like the actual account?
I have got the DaVinci API access that you pay per token. It was like
what? No, it can't be.
I spent like $18 last month on it.
What's a token? What constitutes a token?
So one token is like one word of output, and it's 0.0005 cents.
Wait, so they don't charge more access, or
they charge a flat rate. There's the $20 a month flat rate for ChatGPT 4, But if you have the API access, they charge based on how much you use it.
Yeah,
They
so
charge-
but how much they charge per request?
Yeah, like I said, I think it's 0.005 cents is what it is, right?
Uh-huh.
So half a cent. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oof, that's
And then if
expensive.
you make if you have like a really long response, then it charges you more, right? So
That's
like if you
expensive.
it can get expensive. For me it was $18 for an entire month. Now a buddy of mine who had it linked to another program, he was spending more like $20 a day on it.
Yeah, dude, it's super fucking expensive.
Yeah,
It's really
exactly.
fucking, like,
Exactly.
not even close to that, and everybody's shitting their pants.
Well, you know how those charge per APIs go. They can get really expensive really fast. So
Oh, yes. Especially
Yeah.
if you go viral with some shit.
So, fellas, Chegg is not obviously only for writing essays, right? Like, it's for solution-based answers. It's for, like, buying books. It's for, like, a whole bunch of other shit, right? So you think it'll make a bounce back, you think? Because, like...
No,
it's kinda
fuck that
crazy
other
good.
shit, bro. Everything else you said is retarded.
I mean, that's what I used to use the solution-based shit a lot. But obviously, yeah, you're right. Fucking Chegg with GPT will take that out right away.
Yeah, they'll take their main business away, and then the book shit. Like, are people buying books only from Chegg? Like, how much of the business was that?
I mean, it was. I got a lot of my books back from them, from that fucking place. Either that or another fucking bookstore, because depending on
Yeah,
where
exactly.
you get it.
Most people were doing bookstores or doing online or just other bullshit. But I don't think their book business was that big of their profit.
Yeah, and the fact that my college fucking brothers don't know what the fuck Chegg is probably a big indication that they're slowing down.
Yeah.
I wonder if there was a company that started as an online book retailer. I wonder, like, if there's a company like that, like Amazon, maybe.
It's called Amazon. Called Amazon.
Touche.
So to throw away your bum. He said last time I checked, you can only use 20 chats every 3 hours. True, but if you pay, you can use a lot more. That's what we were talking about. And
Yeah,
slot spoiler. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you have the API access, you're not limited by that hourly cap. There's no limit. You just pay when you use it. But it can get expensive.
Sorry. Slot spoiler. 38% gain after how much loss? True, Meta was down pretty bad. But guess what? It's not hard to hold once you know the company is good and you have a fucking conviction. Not like BBBY people conviction, but like a normal, rational conviction. It really isn't hard to lose sleep.
Yeah, man. Way to diamond hand through like a huge loss and wait for it to come back up to a gain. Well done.
I didn't even sweat. Honestly, like not even once. And now Reddit is all about Meta. Oh, Meta is so good. Yeah, actually, Meta was undervalued. Blah blah blah. Shut the fuck up. $10 up, and it's in the fair market value now. I wouldn't buy it now. Fuck Meta. Blue Sky is going to take both Meta and Twitter business. Blue Sky, does that Twitter founder, what's his name, Jack Dorsey's platform, right?
I think I'm going to buy calls on WAL. It's yet again moving in sympathy with FRC, down 20% on the day. Going to wait for the momentum on this drop to slow a little bit, and then I'm going to buy some calls.
For which ticker?
I'm trying to catch a knife here, guys. Super
Western
dangerous.
Alliance.
Catching a falling knife on a wall.
How is their
I'm there for this trick, Zach.
Did you research, Scald? How are their deposits?
They're doing better than some of the other. Well, let me put it this way. They're the best of the California banks, and all the California banks are dog shit. So they're the best of the bad.
Oh, here's an earnings call. I
Yeah.
found the. So they beat earnings. Nice.
Yeah. So they still have some stuff that makes me a little suspicious. Like their earnings per deposit, stuff like that, are a little bit lower than some of the other banks. But you know, it wouldn't be a it wouldn't be a bet if it wasn't risky. So there is some risk here because Wall, like I said, is not in the best place, but they're in the best place of the Western banks, of the California banks. So I'm gonna try to buy some calls here. But
Do you live? No, you don't live in California.
No, I don't. But I gotta run, y'all. I'll see you all later. Talk to y'all later.
Yeah, bye.
Have a good one.
I don't know shit about Wall. Might be interesting. Does Opinion still hate veterans? Yeah, I think he does. He didn't deny. Talking Canadian. I'm on, boys. We'll talk. Have a good one.
Buy simple.
Is Wall halted?
Yeah, Wall's halted. PacWest is halted. Apparently, there's social media campaigns that are trying to bring down the stocks.
And today's a great day to be a fucking bear, though. Jesus, everything's getting beat up.
My PacWest put is up 1,100%. If I keep this up, I might make back all the money I lost from FRC.
Fucking FRC. Anybody in the FSR fucking puts? Them shits are going crazy. Ever since Hardy fucking told us to fucking go into it. Well, he kind of told us to buy into the end of the day. And then it just fucking ran up. And it's still running. Anybody think it's still worth it to chase the FSR puts? It's probably a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know how much more meat you got on that. I mean, that company does suck ass. They definitely should go to zero, but maybe today's not the day to enter.
Yeah, word. Fucking hindsight 2020 and shit, man. I should have just copped it yesterday morning. Fucking this guy Hardy was talking about it. It was $27.
Yeah, but for real, Chegg, I think still has a lot of meat on the bone. I grabbed some fucking $10 puts and $9 puts because they're not that expensive comparatively to how much that company sucks ass. I just wasn't.
How much they going for?
I just wasn't here when they were talking about it yesterday. Otherwise, I would have fucking done that.
Same. Yeah, I fucking must have missed out on that part. God damn. So I'm guessing you have it for what, like May 19th? That's the date for you have.
I'm going out to October and June because they've got their earnings in August, and I'm sure it'll be dog shit.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And to be fair, I mean, I got those at $9.50. What is it at now? $9, pretty much. I mean, it's already in the right direction.
You got to put for $9.50.
No, I mean, I entered the put positions when the price was $9.50 of the stock. And that was like literally 30 minutes ago. It's already down to $9 and it'll probably keep going because they suck.
No doubt.
Meanwhile, Jay Bogan is just trying to figure out what he's going to do with this 25K. I'm getting some puts on Ford. These aren't as expensive as they should be, and that company has some fucking problems.
Fucking Chag, bro. I should have dropped $1 million on it. So pissed. Glad I made money, but pissed I didn't retire.
Pac West isn't looking too good. They're down to 641. They've been halted like nonstop. That might be the next one. My puts for I got $9, $9.50 puts on there. They're up like 1,000%.
What? Pac West?
Yeah, they're going down.
Shit. They're halted.
Yeah, they got halted like 20 times today already. Like not even open for like 2 seconds and then getting halted again. It's not looking good for them.
Damn, it just got halted again on the downside.
What was the original price of those puts?
I picked them up, I think on Monday for pretty cheap. I could be wrong, but I had like 3 separate puts, and I think the total is like 130, and I'm up to like over $600 now.
Very nice, man. I always like to see some good people get some bags. My Ford puts are already going up as well. Fuck Ford, man.
Nice. Yeah, this is definitely helping because I lost all that money on FRC yesterday, the day before. I lost like $1,200 on FRC. So this is half of that coming back. I'm just going to stick with puts and options. I'm not even going to buy stocks anymore. It's too risky.
Mr. Bourbon, what are you going to do with all your winnings in the stock market today? I mean, casino.
Just gotta roll it into another play and then probably lose it all.
That's awesome, though, man. Good for you. That's a hell of a win.
Dude, it is funny because like I normally put in more than 1,000 for these earnings plays that I'm aware of that I think would do well because I was in this other stock that like distracted me from like the morning, and I was like, do I buy it? Do I hold it? And I had like $5,000 in that one, and that one didn't do too well. So it's like had I sold it yesterday and then just bought back all the Chag, fuck, dude, it'd be a different combo.
Well, if you roll it into something else and lose it all, that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you don't pay taxes on your game.
Yeah, just lose it all.
I was telling myself that the other day.
This is also how you don't pay taxes on your gains. You lose, let's say, $20,000 the year before, and then the year following you make $20,000. It's tax free.
Nice. It's like Pac West is running again. Staying around 630, 625. Oh, 610. It's gonna break 5. I picked up $5 puts like 20 minutes ago. After FRC failed, I have no faith in any of these banks. It's just puts all day. I'm surprised Wall is down, though. I had faith in them way more than FRC. Pac West halted at $5.94. Keep going.
Today's one of those days where you switch sides. Like, you could be a bull your whole fucking life, but today you just gotta be a bear. And pretend like you've been a bear your whole life.
It's an oddly, strangely good feeling, though, making money.
Dude, tell me about it, bro. I woke up, I was like, what the fuck? 2,500%. Somebody told me that, like, did you, like, keep any profits in there to keep it running? I was like, to what? Like, you're up that much. Like, how much more do you need before you sell it all?
And at least you can cash out, man. That dude that's on the subreddit complaining about how he's going to sue fucking Robinhood because he didn't close out his FRC puts.
Oh, yeah, because he couldn't, right? Because it was, it's, like, halted by FDIC or whatever, right?
Yeah, well, it just depends on the broker, right? See, if he had done business with a grown-up account, you know, like TD Ameritrade or, you know, a real company other than Robinhood, they would have honored it and given him his money. But Robinhood immediately started backtracking on what they said, and they're probably going to fuck him.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely fucking him. That's why I don't play. That's why I don't play any bankrupt type stocks options for bankrupt plays on Robinhood. Like, I no longer do it. I lost $8,000 on what was it, GNC? If anybody remembers that piece of shit company. They were literally, they got the alert. Let's say like the day before, saying that they need to either go up above $1. Or they'll get delisted or whatever, and then like the next day they're like, you know what, fuck it, we're just gonna delist right away. Lost all my options instantly.
Dude, and the best part is he's like, you know, we all learned not to trust Robinhood since they took away the buy button on GME, and yet you're still fucking trading with them? Like, what?
Damn, the SPY is crashing hard. 415 to 410. We'll probably see 404 soon. FOMC meeting tomorrow, right?
This is one of those days where I wonder if I'm watching something massive like unfold. You know, it'll probably turn out to be nothing, but you know, like the people that first started to see like the 08, 09 crash unfold, and they're like, oh, this is a little, you know, a regional bank crash, you know.
On a side topic, does anybody know what happens if you don't go to a jury duty?
If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably not good for your health.
Dude, somebody like said the word jury duty, and then I had this random flashback that I received a jury duty notice, but I can't find it, nor did I ever do anything with it. So, and that was like over 6 months ago.
I think you get the electric chair, bro. No,
I mean, you might
kidding
get.
aside. Good morning, guys. Hey, I'm on the same boat with you, dude. It's like something big's going down. It feels like something big's happening.
Yeah, as far as the jury duty goes, you might get lucky and they might just plea it out and it might be completely irrelevant anyways. I think it's something like 85% or 88% of all felony cases get pled out anyways. So you got a pretty good chance it's getting pleaded out.
Well, how do they even know they even summoned you? You never got it in the mail. I mean, that's the only way they get summoned you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I did get it in the mail. I opened it, but I can't recall if it was like an official like jury duty notice or if it was like you may be called into one.
Did it?
Well, I didn't hear you say that, so you didn't get shit.
Did it request that $100 jury acquisition fee be paid to a Nigerian prince?
All I know is that like for the jury duty, if they send a notice like, and then I didn't get another notice of like the official date or anything, I think I'm in the clear, right?
I wouldn't sweat it.
Yeah, if there was a problem, the cops would have came and found you by now.
I mean, I move locations. That's like while moving, I can't find where I put that fucking document.
From what I know, yeah, they need to send you a second notice to actually tell you like when, where you're supposed to be, and then they'll assign you your fucking case once you get there. But
So maybe I'll get a second notice at some point. But first one, I'll be
Yeah.
like, yo, I moved when you guys sent that shit. I don't have anything.
yeah, well, the thing is that they don't like put the hurt on you at first. Like they kind of give you a chance to kind of like miss it. So if you miss the first one, and then they like are like, hey, you have to show up here, otherwise we're gonna have a
Yeah,
warrant
I've
out
never
for your arrest
received a
and shit.
follow one. And I'm pretty sure that's why I was waiting. Like I was supposed to get a second one, but I never did. So
Yeah, if you
hopefully
ever
it
get
should
a
be
threatening
good.
letter,
But I
if you
do
ever get a
have
threatening
proof.
letter,
I have proof I moved around that time they sent me the letter, so I could just blame it that I never received it.
that works too.
Yeah, fuck it.
If they ever give you that
Yeah,
threatening
you know how
fucking
reliable
letter,
the mailing system is here.
Whatever. If I go to prison, take my money.
I think it's more like a fine at
If
first.
you get federal, I think you can play golf.
Dude, right? I'm trying to play golf every day.
You just gotta look at the positive side of things, man. You know, you go to prison for 2 years. That's 2 years of mandatory physical exercise. You will come out of there in better shape than you've ever been in your life, probably.
Hell yeah. And you'll never have to worry about going to another jury duty because you got a felony.
No way. So all I
And-
gotta do is murder someone?
Yeah, you get free education too.
For murdering someone?
Yeah, they got to keep you busy somehow.
Damn,
They don't want
Skippy.
you. They don't want you doing more murders. I got
Holy
a couple.
shit.
I got
Who's
a couple
trying to be
friends.
sacrificed? Who's trying to
Dude,
be
I
sacrificed?
got a couple friends that did. One did 3 years. One did 5. One did 7 or 8. And dude, they came out fucking ripped, just slaying. I mean, I can't say that it was a good thing for them being away, but dude, it solved a lot of their problems. It solved their addictions. It solved their work ethic. And they came out in great physical shape. And the fucked up thing is, they will probably now live 5 or 7 years longer than me because I'm so fucking unhealthy sitting out here eating goddamn Doritos.
Yeah, I got some buddies that did some time and they fucking celebrate holidays what you would not believe. Like they throw the lights up, they take every holiday serious.
Dude, one of my buddies that was in there had a cell phone, a Facebook. They'd have like pizza party days and shit. I mean, I guess he just had a good situation going for him, but I mean, some of it's not as bad as you think it is.
I mean, we look at all this shit like it's strange, but if we look at other countries and how they treat their prisoners, that shit's regular, you know?
I guess that depends on which jail you're going to, because I've heard some fucking
For a
horror
fact.
stories.
For a fact. If you're going to like Switzerland or like fucking, one of the European, I feel, fucking jails and shit, you'll be fine. But if you're going to jail in like fucking Russia or like some country in Africa or some shit, then you're probably screwed. You out. Good day, workers.
So with the banks, I was looking at to fuck with, and I ended up fucking with Jamie Morgan shit because they were saying some shit that I don't know. Something might be going on with him. He's got the finance for the financial. Fuck, what's the fucking? I made money on that too. First Financial. Metropolitan yesterday. I got that motherfucker, and I was up 200%. Got excited, and then ended up getting out at 100%. And I think I could have still made money on it, but it's all right.
Wait, so what were you saying with JP
In
Morgan?
other news, I've been getting my ass hammered. With JP Morgan, I was fucking around. I mean, I was like, there's something going on. Now, I don't know what's going on. I heard something. I'll listen to the news about they're just looking into some stuff about how the bank was acquired and all that compared to the other banks. Like they had an upper hand or something.
So you're grabbing calls, basically?
They took on this bank. There's a lot of debt. I bought puts on them. I bought it out a little bit. I'm actually up. And another thing too is Wells Fargo. I think Wells Fargo might have some shit going on with it that ain't opened up yet. We'll see. But yeah, like you said before, one of the guys saying, man, how this is really similar to 08. It fucking feels like it. I remember I used to have Washington Mutual. I mean, I even used to bank with them. And I remember when that fucker took a shit. Hell, I had family working for him.
Bro, if I had enough money to influence the movement of Wells Fargo's stock, I would short the fuck out of it. I hope that company goes bankrupt, honestly.
They definitely do a lot
Yeah, they
of
had all that bullshit going on.
They do a lot of sketchy shit. They have a long history of doing sketchy shit. And if you can't get a checking account anywhere else, I promise you can get a checking account at Wells Fargo.
Yeah, dude. I'm a former customer and current, mainly because my longest standing credit card is with them. So like canceling that would obviously have implications on my credit history. So I closed my checking account because even when I was keeping my checking account active, they were fucking charging me like out the ass just for having money in there. I'm like, what? It doesn't even make sense.
I thought closing credit would help your credit cards or credit. My bad.
No, it fucks up your
closing long history credit cards that like drop your credit score if it's like if it was newish, then that's fine. But
okay,
basically your it takes the average of all your credit cards, like how long you've had them. Obviously like over 6 and over 10 years, like that's where you want to be. But I only have like a few credit cards, so my average would get crushed if I destroy one of my longest standing ones. It's the only reason I still have them.
Got you. So if I'm gonna eliminate a credit card, it'll be one of the newer ones, not the oldest one.
Yeah, like if you have like a fuck ton of credit cards, like over 5, or especially over 10, like eliminating one won't really do shit because it's the average of all of them. For me, I literally only have like 2, so if I kill one of them, that's the longest standing. It just destroys.
As far as your credit score goes, there really is no benefit to shutting down a credit card because they're ranking you on your total amount of available credit versus what you're using.
Right.
So
Yeah,
if you want a good credit score, just keep like $5 on the fucking credit card. Like put your Hulu subscription or something on it and don't use it for anything else. Make the payments regularly and just keep doing that. But the funny thing is, did everybody see how on May 1st now, if you have over a 680 credit score, you're now going to pay a fee on your fucking mortgage to subsidize the people that have shitty credit scores?
That's so stupid, brother.
Dude, it's fucked. I don't know why.
What the fuck? That's
I don't know why they're doing it, but that is
it is the dumbest shit ever. Like all that does is teach me to fuck up my credit score. Like if you want to see how fast I can turn my credit score to a 500, believe me, it's like 2 days.
Post that in the chat, please. I want to see I gotta see a link to it so I can research it.
No, it's true. It's some shit that's being passed. I don't think it's passed yet, right? I don't think it'll pass yet.
But like you were saying with Wells Fargo, I'm sure that we all actually already have checking accounts with them. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, if I could close them down, I would, bro. Straight up.
Apparently, having a Wells Fargo account for like one of your kids is like better because like once you get out of that child account, it's like it has a lot more privileges and shit like that, according to my cousin anyway.
Yeah, I'll never have any of my kids fucking use Wells Fargo.
So much privileges that they end up with a lot more accounts than they started.
And a lot more debt. They graduate from child to adult, and then their privilege is that they get 20% on their credit card fees instead. Your market's shitting itself.
Hey, that guy Sleepy, man, he called that chick.
Okay,
Well, he was playing the cues, but Spy's the same thing.
So the mortgage fees is just for the one-time fees when you're acquiring the mortgage, is what it seems to be saying. So if you have an existing mortgage, there would be no benefit to your credit score.
It doesn't apply to anybody that already has a mortgage, but it's like a PMI. Like if you don't have more than 20% value, loan to value, whatever, you have to pay that PMI fee every month. They're going to put like $100 fee on your monthly payment to subsidize the people that have lower than a 500 credit score.
Yep.
You're saying it's a fee on your monthly payment, or is it one of the one-time fees for processing?
As I understand it, it's a monthly fee like a PMI. So congrats on having a good credit score and paying your bills and actually doing the responsible thing. That was mighty nice of you. We need some more money to help the fuckers that didn't.
We probably covered this earlier in the week, but would you guys agree with calls on AMC after the fucking earnings on Friday?
They just closed the AMC in Palm Beach County.
So maybe not.
Let's just let's hypothetically say we're at the beginning of some sort of fucking crash unfolding. What's another good thing to give some puts on right now? I'm jelly of Urban's put profits. I want some fucking put profits.
Same.
I mean, all these high fucking companies, like your fucking, what are those fucking shoes? You know, the Yetis, all that bullshit. Lululemon. How the fuck can they say it? Chipotle. How the fuck is Chipotle that high? Their business is that clean? I mean, fucking tacos got that much profit?
Oh, for real, dude. I hate Chipotle. I hate that fucking restaurant.
Dude, I didn't go to it when it first came out. And then I started going to it. I'm like, what? This shit's good. You know? Started eating there, get the bowls and shit. Then all of a sudden, the guac got fucking cheaper, got a little bit more money, got fucking scarce on the food. I had a couple bad experiences. I haven't been back in probably 6 months. I mean, it could be my store.
Ditto that bad experience. Last time I went there, I had like little pieces of chicken in my bowl. That's it. 4 little pieces of chicken. That's it. I'm not going back there again, ever.
See, I ain't the only one. That shit's probably building up too. They ain't worth that much money. Fucking crazy
No, I didn't even check. They're $2,000 a share. Jesus Christ, what the fuck are they? Amazon?
Well, it's just because they only have like 5 shares.
Yeah, they never split.
I mean, that's probably coming soon, no?
Is Amazon at $1 yet?
Where is Amazon going? I wonder now.
Honestly, it looks like they're going down forever. Is Bud still going down after all the... You know what? Yeah, they're still crashing. No one's buying Bud.
With everything else heading down, how is Carvana still positive for today?
They just got some capital influx or some shit, restructured loan or something I read.
You had me so confused when you said Carvana's up for the day because I closed my short position this morning. And yeah, wow, it is back up.
I mean, they have earnings at the end of the week, so hopefully that'll be a shit show and drop.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the bandwagon. Death to
I'm with you
Carvana.
guys.
I mean, lots of people are sitting here shouting about like financial institutions and things like that. Nah, just Carvana needs to die.
Why is Carvana shitting the bed so hard anyway?
Because their algorithm that purchases the cars and prices it out does a good job, and they've had
The business model.
Ghetto towers.
Yeah, their whole business model's fucked. They spent way too much on their infrastructure, but then ended up having to outsource everything anyways. So they have a ton of assets. They have a ton of assets they can't really use effectively because they have no good employees. And then they are literally paying double the price to pick up the cars, move the cars, recon the cars. It's just a bad business model.
That makes $1 million to build vending machines.
Not to mention they are having all those issues with not being able to get people who purchase vehicles from their titles or anything like that forever. Their earnings per share expected for this quarter is a negative $2. I'm hoping it's going to be negative 4.
They've also been found to facilitate the sale of stolen cars.
And that's not on purpose. It would have actually been better if it was on purpose. It's actually because they're so fucking stupid they can't tell if a car is stolen.
Guys, these VIN numbers don't match. Oh, doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, and that's the thing with modern cars. It's fairly impossible to really get away with that because you can just plug a computer into the car and pull the VIN number out of the 17 computers that are in the car.
I mean, the VINs are also on an obnoxiously large amount of like parts of like the car. So
we're thinking of what, a fucking strike price of $4 for a put and shit on fucking May 12th, May 5th.
But the IV is so damn high on all their options that you should be selling options, not buying options right now. You're gonna get fucked.
All
They're
right,
all
touche.
juiced up.
So no matter if they're call or puts, fucking, I'm gonna be. Well, obviously they want to be fucking calls, but they be puts, I guess.
I'd say depending on what the results are for their earnings report, if it drops, then you buy some, and then it'll go back up because that's the way this company is running. These guys know how to continue to prop it back up. So you just take advantage of it, buy it when it's low, start selling some puts, covered puts, and then you're good.
Yeah, that's probably as good as you're gonna get. You could probably do some spreads and operate that way, but IV for the 5 expiration on the 5th is like 260%. That's fucking ridiculous.
I mean, that was kind of cute. I put in a short to short at $7 and like 1 cent and $7.02, and the price like jumps down a little bit and then it insta fills. So around like 3 hours ago or so, JP Morgan announced a maintain of a price target of $15 a share for Carvana. With all the other like businesses they're buying, I'm surprised they don't just buy Carvana. I hear they're pretty good at buying failing businesses, so it's kind of up their alley.
The thing is, to me, is like, what the fuck is Carvana doing to keep their fucking stock price up? Like, even after it crashes a few times.
It's analysts that are pumping the stock. I mean, the reason why it's going back up is that, like I said, JP Morgan Securities said like price target $15.
There's
They
also
see
there's a
small price targets ranging between $1 to $20 on it.
There's also some news about like a debt equity swap, but I don't fully I didn't really read into it, but I know there's some other news about Carvana right now. There's something else that's pumping the stock.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Something tangible is happening. Let me put it that way. It's not just like I don't think it's just JPM being like, yeah, it's a good stock. I think they're actually doing something right now.
I was gonna say, we're just gonna take JP Morgan's fucking word now.
Hey, he said an economic hurricane's coming.
I don't take a leap of like what they say or anything like that, but there are certainly portfolio managers that do.
Got it.
I mean, when COVID was going on, they were giving like estimates of like 550 SPY by end of year. So
So
after
they can
that,
be partially
I don't
trusted.
think about them like other than like a breeze in the wind. Go ahead, Onion.
No, I was just saying like they can be partially trusted in terms of that. So I guess I don't know. I just don't wholeheartedly feel like they can be trusted. But I mean, if they're buying all these fucking out of business fucking companies, they must be doing something right.
Who wants to buy Tesla puts with me? Fuck them too.
All you had to say was Tesla puts, and I'll appear. Wait, what do you want to? How many you want to get? What strike price? What are we doing?
All right. Let's do some risky shit here, boys. Let me look real quick. What strike I'm looking at?
This is like that Rick and Morty episode where they put together a heist team. You son of a bitch, I'm in.
Son of a bitch, I should get in. All right, I like the May 19th, 152.5 strike. Has some good volume and OI.
Now, to be fair, you fucked me when you said the word snap, but I'm all in on that.
The word what?
Snap.
Nay?
All right, just was up 250 on that JPM bullshit. I sold half my position. I'm riding the rest. Let's see what happens.
All right, so which Tesla puts was it again?
So it was the May 19th. Strike 152.50. Tell me what you think about it.
I think Tesla goes back to 100.
Oh yeah, it deserves to be back at it. It deserves to be at fucking 50. Man, those $100 puts are cheap as hell. Ah, damn.
What you said? They're pricey, yeah.
No, I mean the $100 puts are like 7 cents.
Oh, the $100.
That's tempting, man. That is tempting.
Who try to do a lot of boy?
I don't know why do you want to do the 152.5 instead of the 150?
I'm just looking at OI and volume.
I mean, it does have a little bit more volume, but the 150's got way more people opt into it.
Oh, their OI is insane too. Yeah, I mean 150s work and it's cheaper.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some 150s. My birthday's on the few days before that, so maybe this is a birthday present.
Yeah, the question is, do we buy now or wait?
I mean, do you think it's gonna go back up?
Hopefully not.
I just mean the market in general. You know what I mean? I really doubt fucking J Powell's gonna get on the mic and be like, just kidding, all rate hikes erased.
What's interesting though is that like SPY is crushed. Yeah, Tesla's here fucking was holding.
Oh yeah, that's because I mean we all know why that is. They've got the fucking fanboy base, you know, for eternity.
Yeah, but it's not gonna hold. It's gonna follow SPY eventually. It probably lags SPY.
Exactly, it's gonna lag it, but once enough downward pressure gets put on it, it'll get beat back down to 100 like it did last time. Everybody's a fucking Tesla fan until they're not.
Go pie. Yeah. I'm just amazed they're actually kind of cheap. I'm used to buying that when the options are like 1,000.
I mean, that's how it was when they were getting beat down for months on end. Their options actually got back to reality on IV. And if you were smart enough to pick up a bunch of calls at that point, you made a boatload of money.
Human genome. Should we buy puts on Tesla? I take your silence as a yes.
What I do know is that Trump would approve of this play. I don't know, dude. I think Elon heard us. As soon as we fucking said this, the stock went up $1.50.
I know.
my connection got wonky, but Tesla announced a price increase on their Model 3s. So that might be the reason for their stock going up today, which probably indicates that they're getting strong demand for them. Unlike other car companies, Tesla, because they do their ordering online, they can respond much quicker to fluctuations in demand and change their prices accordingly.
Does Tesla offer like special financing, or do you have to finance shit through like regional banks to get cars?
They offer financing. They also offer insurance services.
Well, yeah, I know about the insurance. What kind of rates are they offering on the financing right now?
I don't know. As soon as I get my notice that my Cybertruck is being produced, I'll let you know.
Let me just
they don't lose
let
money.
me do a little Google search. All right, so their website doesn't say shit.
If you actually go through the application of like getting to like the point to see like the pricing, it'll give you an estimate of like the APR.
Well, see, that I'm curious about that because I've got a guy that's looking for a Durango Hellcat, and so he's been keeping an eye out for ones that are available. And dealerships that already have these orders put in by big customers, already have the car spoken for, already have deposit put down on it, are all of a sudden having all these fucking Durango Hellcats available because when the car finally delivered, the interest rates are at 8%, 7%, 8%, because they don't do 0% financing on specialty vehicles like that. And people are seeing this 7-8% financing and they're backing out. They're like, fuck it, I'm not getting a loan for that for a car. So that's what I'm curious what Tesla is financing people at, because if they are in effect being their own bank and they are offering 0%, that's going to drive demand. Because if you can get 0% here, but you got to pay 5% over there, that changes people's decisions. People love 0%.
I've not seen 0% on financing through Tesla before.
Which is funny because if you click on Tesla Financial Services, under the agreement section, it actually says starting as low as 0%. So I guess if you have like an 850 credit score, you can get a 0. NerdWallet says their rates average at 4.75, which is like sort of okay. Tesla financing deals. All right. So Tesla does not offer financing in all states. Rates start at 5.59% now. Oh, the 0% is the down payment. I was reading that wrong.
Yeah,
if you have a good enough, like if you have a good enough credit score, they will let you do it with a 0% down payment. But the rates start at 5.59, which is not a fucking good deal. I mean, I guess that might be a good deal in today's rates, but conventionally, that's not a good deal for a car.
Hey, I don't know if it was mentioned, but somebody asked why is I crashing and sell off. Did anybody talk about Australia? Unexpectedly hiked its cash rate by 25 basis points to 3.85. It was sitting at 3.6 in their April meeting. So I don't know if maybe Australia is influencing a US 25 basis hike as well. That was actually brought up to me by my grandpa, so props to him.
So, why is 25 basis points bearish if that's expected? Are you saying it's because it's expected that we're already being priced in for the 25 basis point prior tomorrow?
Right. And I don't think it was maybe like 3 days ago. For some reason, it wasn't as much. I think if you were looking at like projections, it was less than like 30%, and it's slowly been growing with.
That becomes a little bit trickier, but 25 basis point has always been the expected from what J Powell has been, signaling. So I don't think majority would say otherwise than 25 basis points, but it's going to happen. He said it was going to happen. He said it's going to be the last one unless, things don't change in the economy. But with the banks and all these other economic factors occurring, he thinks that one more hike would hopefully be the rest of it this year. So he would pause any hikes until maybe next year, where they will most likely reverse the interest rates. So they'll actually drop them. That's when hopefully we see a shift in the market. But I think that's when the big crash comes, is next year. I do see like dips this year for sure. But the big crash I anticipate next year, because if he's saying we're going to reverse rates, that means that the economy has to be in fucking turmoil. So it only makes sense that if he's indicating that for next year, then that's where the big crash will be. Especially as we continue printing and bailing people out like this year. So we can only do that for so long.
Thanks.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how tomorrow plays out. SPY probably flat. Who's in those Tesla puts?
My Tesla puts are green.
Someone in the comments says, do you think it is 25 basis points tomorrow? I do think it's 25 basis points. I don't think Jay Powell will completely surprise the market here. He said it's going to be 25. And then after that, he'll be done again unless, some factors happen where he has to keep raising. But most likely it'll be the last one is what he stated. And it'll be at 25 basis points. So I anticipate 25 basis points. And if it's not, then hopefully bullish. Like if it's a pause and no raise, we'll be bullish. But the market is still inflated, as you all probably know. So if he hits us with a 0.75, yeah, this market's fucked. Your puts are going to print. But my guess is 25 basis points. It's already being factored in currently, as the one gentleman mentioned. And then we'll see. Somebody also mentioned government's going to run out of money sometime in June. I do anticipate a drop in the market. I wouldn't say crash, but Q2 of this year. So definitely have puts around that time or before that time. I anticipate it because of Q2 results for companies. They're going to already know their year-end forecast by 99% accuracy by the time Q2 rolls in, or before they announce Q2. So then they'll know what corrective actions to make within their companies, whether it's reorgs, more layoffs, and so forth. Like Amazon, for example, people are already speculating July is the next wave of layoffs. Buy 367 by May 26th or May 19th. There's no way. You think so? Where's the gentleman at? That'd be beautiful. Leopard, he may mention pause. Well, he already mentioned pause the last time. Market didn't really care too much about it, it seemed. But really, once we start reversing, not pausing, is when market gets bullish.
I agree with you on the 25.25% increase, but I think he's gonna explicitly mention that they're gonna pause it next time, and it's gonna send the market going up.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was mentioning, that last time he said the same thing.
Last time he said we'll see. I mean, he did mention pausing,
No, he said
but he
one
said we'll see.
more. Yeah, he said one more 25 basis point followed by pauses. And then if
They're
he
not even
needs
at the
to,
terminal rate that they've announced. So I don't understand where you're getting information from.
what are you talking about?
When they release their terminal rate, so the rate that they expect to have to raise all the way up to be able to get to their 2% target.
Yeah, we're talking about basis point hikes.
Yeah. So when they do a basis point hike, there's a terminal rate that they expect to be able to raise the rate up to over time. And 125 basis point hike is going to get them to that rate.
So you think it's going to be more than 25 basis points?
I think they're going to do more 25 basis points hikes.
You mean like one tomorrow and then one or a couple more throughout the years, what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I got to find where J-Pal mentioned it, but I'll pull it up.
Garden City Pros, can I help you? Hey, Rocky.
Hey,
How are you doing? Hold on a second.
I meet him.
Did you
All right,
unmute him?
I will get it on the schedule and.
Damn, I thought he muted himself, but there you go.
Yep. All right.
Gino,
Bye.
Gino, mute yourself.
Yo, I'm not mute. I thought I was muted.
No, you were not.
We
Oh,
tried
sorry about that.
muting you, but I feel like multiple people try to do it, and then it somehow unmuted you.
Got it. No worries, not a big deal.
Don't worry, you were cutting in and out, so.
Thank you.
Hey, Bourbon.
Was it Georgia?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Bag holding down here in Georgia. I can't make moves because I got too many bags.
Bags for days. Did you ever get into that Chegg put?
The what play?
Chegg? We were talking about it yesterday, I think around like 3 p.m.
I couldn't do it. So it's not looking good. It's not looking good for me. I'm getting flushed.
Yeah, market's taking a shit right now.
Yeah, I just I mean I own like a lot of electric vehicle stocks. I mean hundreds of shares, in some cases, thousands of shares, but I can't do anything with it because it just continues to go lower. So I'm just writing out of the money, relatively short-term covered calls. I'm stock. So that's why I haven't been on the board. I've been listening in to you guys, but I haven't been able to take advantage of anything.
Looks like Pac West is rebounding. It's going up now. It's back up to 678. It was down to like 5 something. Cashed out my puts on Pac West in the 5 range. Made good money. Consider it. Well, now be calls. See if it goes back up. Degenerate gambling. And it looks like they halted it going up this time, 678.
Tesla puts are printing, boys.
Nice.
Up 20%.
I'm watching. Sorry.
I was about to say MicroStrategy really beat earnings. But go ahead.
I've been watching Pac West. They halted it going up. Now it's open again. It's still holding to
It's pumping.
677.
It's ripping up.
Yeah, it's almost at $7 again. They're manipulating the market so this bank doesn't fail today. That's what it seems like.
Wow.
I bought calls too. I bought calls for like $8, $9. It's almost at $7 now. It's crazy. I cashed out my puts. I had $9.50, $10 puts. I cashed out around like 5 something. So it's 695. It's about to hit 7. It's crazy. They've been holding it like a million times. And we've holding it going out, but now it broke 7. Yeah, I could see it probably going back up to 8 or 9. I'll be in the green with the calls.
I think you're in a good place. I think you shouldn't sweat it. That took some balls though. But I think you're in a good place.
Yeah, I bought the puts on Monday because I lost like $1,200 on FRC. That's how much I had in it. I was like, fuck, I gotta do something else, and I gave up on buying stocks. I'm just gonna do options, puts and calls. It's way less risk getting stuff in the bag.
Well, you took the risk, so now it's time for the reward. So definitely, that was risky.
Yeah. The gentleman. Is SPY going to 367 by May 19th?
Only time will tell. But
what's your thesis here?
I mean, it was just like the options chain didn't make any sense. Like there was a bunch of money above and below it, but not at 367. Like that was a couple weeks ago, I think. And it was like clear that people were like super bearish going into 519. So just looking at like where the money wasn't, and it didn't make sense that there was no money at 367. But that, the chain changes every day. So that was like one particular day. A couple weeks ago, we were just looking at stuff, but it didn't matter because that was that week where it's probably like right after the 15th, where everybody was like, oh, SPY's going to reverse, SPY's going to reverse. And it ran up because everybody was buying puts. And so the market just shoved that cash back in the face of everyone and bought SPY up. Which Coinbase news? That they're international?
Yeah, no longer US based, right? Or
well, he's saying they're international. Wait, they're leaving the USA. No, I did not see that.
Yeah, that's what someone was saying. That they were leaving. Well, the rumor was that they were leaving.
Yeah, the rumor was that they were leaving. Then I saw today somebody was like, oh, they're international, which is not the same thing as leaving the US. But if they are leaving the US, that's good.
So bullish or
Dude,
not?
Coinbase leaves the US, it's bearish for Bitcoin. Short term.
Why?
Because Coinbase basically sucked out all this money from crypto in two ways. Into altcoins and into Coinbase stock. So if you look at the most recent report comparing insider sales to stockholder returns, Coinbase insiders made over $1 billion on selling stock, whereas like people who bought stock during that same period are down a significant portion of their investment. And so like you were better off buying and holding Bitcoin or DCAing into Bitcoin than touching Coinbase stock at all. Now let's look at their altcoins. Look at the altcoins performance across like the history of Coinbase launching versus like Bitcoin itself. Once again, 9 times out of 10, unless you were in Ethereum or timed your certain like Doge pumps, like you were just better off DCAing into Bitcoin. So basically, if you're bullish crypto, but you didn't play Bitcoin directly and did anything that Coinbase did, you lost money. You're just sucking money out of the crypto economy. we should not be using centralized exchanges. Like Bitcoin was built on the basis of getting like our funds out of the hand of corporate entities and people like Brian Armstrong, who just like he painted a great picture. But look, this dude has made $2 billion. Shareholders have been like hosed by him, and all he does is take money by shilling like NFTs to promote supporting crypto. Like, oh, buy Coinbase stock, it's a long-term hold. It's like, no, the best thing to do is buy and hold Bitcoin. Like, don't like centralized exchanges at all. So I think like what you're gonna see is that if Coinbase goes down, all the money that is in like altcoins right now, like Doge, like Solana, all that stuff is gonna get blown up. You have more money destroyed by Coinbase that could have just gone into Bitcoin. So I'd just say in general, like get your money off that exchange, like get a hardware wallet, buy and hold Bitcoin, and get ready for pain at the end of May.
What's on Coinbase?
It's not puts on Coinbase yet though, and that's the thing is like, look at what MicroStrategy did. You're like, how did they beat earnings? So MicroStrategy repaid their loan to Silvergate early, right? Now they show that repayment as a $44 million earning because it's an asset. So that's how they're able to like inflate their EPS. Another thing he does, he's bought all this Bitcoin at a loss, right? So every year he takes a loss on his Bitcoin, he acquires an asset, which is his like tax credit that he's holding until he like sells Bitcoin on a gain. And so to offset his capital gains, he carries like this asset on the balance sheet that's basically an expense that turns into an asset. So like his whole like balance sheet is manufactured, which is how he's able to beat earnings. And like as soon as he sells this position, like if Bitcoin goes below like 25,000, he's not like profitable, and he's just gonna like rearrange the balance sheet to be like, oh yeah, you know, it's like tax credit that we have if we take a loss on our Bitcoin for the next like 5 years is actually an asset. Like, bro, look at the reporting of MicroStrategy balance sheet. Watch what Coinbase does with their balance sheet. Like, all these fools are shady, bro. Like, earnings aren't real. They just have a ton of like Bitcoin that they're collateralizing, like to create like, you know, wealth for themselves. So they just say, hey, let me take a $44 million loan from Silvergate against my Bitcoin. Now I get to flip it, pay it back early, so it looks like I just made $44 million this year when all you did is pay back a loan early. On a bank that ended up collapsing. Like, what are we talking about here?
That was the problem of Bitcoin since the beginning, is to how to categorize it, and if it's money, you know, it has to get regulated, right? So.
According to him, it's not money. That's the thing, is like, according to Saylor, if you actually look at how his company outs itself, it's saying like, you know, we're in tech, and the best tech strategy is investing in Bitcoin because it outperforms all other tech. Like, you fucking kidding me, dog?
Well, it is true. It has.
Can't you hold a Bitcoin at like Fidelity and like obviously Robinhood and stuff? What do you think? Do you feel like there's less
I think there's less what?
brokerages?
Sorry, you cut out.
I was just saying, do you feel like it's the same counterparty risk holding your crypto at like brokerages, or do you think it's a little better holding it at brokerages because, you know, less risk of legal liability and stuff like that because they're already kind of grandfathered into the, you know, system? So like holding your crypto at like, you know, on your Robinhood or your Fidelity or whatever, your brokerage.
Cold storage. Get a cold wallet ledger. There's a couple other ones that you can get, and that's where you want to keep your crypto. You have to have, if it's not your keys, it's not your crypto. Simple as that.
That is the truest damn thing that I've heard in a long time. If you are not holding your damn crypto yourself, you don't have it. Okay? The whole reason for crypto was to get away from the centralized banking system. And that's exactly what Coinbase is. Coinbase is centralized banking for cryptocurrency. And it is absolute garbage because what it does is that it takes away the protection of if the banks fail, I still have my assets.
Yeah, I'm just trying to use it as a trading vehicle, though, right? Like, I'm not like worried about shit hitting the fan and like fiat money. Like, fuck all that. Like, I'm trying to make money off it, so I'm just gonna trade into it and trade out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And that's the beauty of Bitcoin is that, like, a lot of people are waiting for someone to tell them how to use crypto and Bitcoin. But you need to find out for yourself how you can use it for your own self. Some people trade it, some people accumulate it. Some people don't want to get involved with it at all. Like, Bitcoin puts you 100% in control if you own the keys. If you want to trade it, trade it. If you want to collect it, collect it. If you want to hoard it, hoard it. And if you don't want to touch it, don't touch it. Like, that's the whole beauty of crypto and Bitcoin is it puts you in control for how you want to use it and what it means to you.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool technology, so I'm definitely thankful for it. But I'm not holding all my stock certificates in paper either. So,
well, what will happen is whoever was just talking, we had a little bit of this conversation before. Cryptocurrency is a advanced new technology that represents human hours worked or money. It represents value. So anytime that you have value, though, there is manipulation, and they're criminals. Because what else? That's what you're trying to do. Is you're trying to get more value than you otherwise would have in life, basically.
Well,
you're trying to get.
But that's not true. But Georgia, that's true for some crypto, right? It's not true for all crypto. You've got crypto that's tied to the dollar. You've got crypto that people have tried to tie to other cryptocurrency or to gold.
But you see, what you're doing is you're drawing a line from crypto to other investments. That was not my intent. Okay, my intent was to draw the line directly to governments. Governments should probably adopt cryptocurrency. In other words, and the reason
they never will, they can't.
Right,
they can't because. They cannot, because the worst thing that you can do with crypto is to commit crimes, at least with Bitcoin anyways.
Right.
Because every single transaction with Bitcoin can be queried openly from the day that Bitcoin was created until the day that it's used, and all throughout its life cycle, you can query every transaction. Using Bitcoin to commit crimes is like leaving your driver's license with the bank teller that you just robbed.
Right.
But I think it's also
government can never use crypto unless they have their own central bank digital currency, because it would expose all the fraud in the government.
Okay, this is true. True and not true.
That's a good one. It exposes the fraud.
Let's just be honest. Crypto, the whole when Georgia was talking about the value of crypto being from actual work that people have done, a huge portion of even Bitcoin's value is actually from illegal activity that ramped up its value, because a lot of the early Bitcoin trading was actually a way to move illegal assets from one place to another.
That cause and effect is not accurate. The causality.
Are you telling me that pizza was illegal?
Is not accurate. The crimes, every crime that has been committed with crypto existed long before crypto was invented.
No, it's not a crypto-based crime. I'm just saying that you can't say that crypto can't be used to facilitate crime. That's like saying that you can't use Venmo to pay your drug dealer because your transactions are public, but you can always do it if you just lie about what the transaction was for. People have been laundering money for ages. Saying that you can't use crypto to do illegal activity is incorrect.
You can use crypto to commit crimes, to use it for criminal activities. But like I said, that is the equivalent of leaving your driver's license with the bank teller when you're robbing the bank. No one's going to stop you from doing that, but it's a stupid thing to do, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't commit crimes with it, but it's dumb to do it with crypto because the dollar is a much better vehicle because you can counterfeit it and you can hide dollars. You can't hide from crypto.
I think what you're saying is that theft-based crime is very difficult to do with crypto, and that's the beauty of crypto. But there are a lot of other types of crime that can be facilitated using cryptocurrency.
But it's the easiest way to get caught because.
Well, now that you can create like a business account on exchanges, right? You can just create LLCs and entities and exchange between those. I mean, there doesn't have to even be any individual or personal guarantee involved in a crypto transaction.
So
but I think there's more value than created in crypto based off, just the hardware they need to mine it. I mean, look at that, look at Nvidia stock, like look at all the value they've created there. So, I mean, the illegal shit's always going to happen, but there's no way to stop
And
it.
the value is defined by the individual that's using it. And I've told the story before, like we found a very useful purpose for Bitcoin to transfer money legally from my father's pension in Romania to the United States, because he was getting raped by the banks that were doing it before. Like before crypto, by the time my father got his pension from Eastern Europe, they would take over half of the money from him because of all the fees, and it had to go through so many banks and so many hands. With crypto, we were able to give most of the money to my father instead of giving it to the banks. So that was the value to us.
And that's why I think the U.S. is smart enough to never make at least Bitcoin illegal to move on and off U.S. dollar payment rails, because I think they know if they do that, they'll lose a lot of wealth from the country, in as far as crypto goes, because all that money. Because there's always going to be a country that will accept it on their payment rails, so you'll be able to exchange Bitcoin everywhere. That's forever.
That's correct. And the U.S. can try to make it illegal, but it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Well, USDC, right? Just keep making a, pyramid scheme, as they call it. Didn't they call it that before? But they make USDC? Not saying it is. Is that how it works?
Look, I don't think the goal is to make crypto illegal. I think the goal is to make crypto taxable.
Yeah, I know, but like when you've got that crypto from USDC, does it not come with a barcode tag now? Basically, it's written different. I'm not a crypto, freak. Don't know about it all that much, but I'm just saying from what I've heard, it comes with a tag, and then it tags back to wherever everything that came along from it to it. You know what I mean? So like, say you brought something into USDC, right? That tag, wherever it came from, comes with all its scripture into it, and then it's tagged along from there on, right? Like, I mean, if you rewrap it, right, you can't rewrap it, but like other stuff, like say you got Bitcoin and you wrap it, does that make it any better? Right? Does it clean it up? How does that wrap work, right? That's all I'm asking.
Well, here's like the point. Here was like the long-term point that I was trying to make. So, and you guys just work with me on this, okay? But it is, you guys are all talking about important aspects of cryptocurrency, and I think that all of us would prefer to profit off of cryptocurrency as well as to understand it. And the first thing that you have to understand is, if you're a human being, then there's been a number of ways. Say every human being gets 10 beans for their lifetime. That's how much you're supposed to have. It's just reasonable. 10 beans. Well, there are people that end up with a mountain of like 100 beans. Slavery. There's different ways. Some people ended up with more beans and they weren't really focusing on the beans, in fact, They were focusing on something else. It just happened to be in demand. It's an economic type of thing. So when you introduce this into human cultures, doesn't matter which country, or doesn't matter which currency, it is a ripe environment to take advantage of. Okay, to manipulate, brief manipulations all the way up to take advantage of. One of the things that we have presently seen, this is my opinion, is that the traditional banks, the stuff that we're seeing in the banks today, is not necessarily that they were breaking laws, but they didn't know how to treat cryptocurrency, like the gentleman was saying, that they could just give themselves a loan from Silverbank. So how are they supposed to account for that? Is it a commodity? Is it a stock? It's not a stock. Is it a currency? It's not. So they've made elections in order to handle cryptocurrency. And here's the thing: they weren't expecting it to get as big as it did. So it has to be regulated now at some point.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't want it to work, and it did.
Yeah, basically. And when there's that much money involved, it's ripe to be taken advantage of, because it just will. That's just the way human beings work. So it's going to have to get regulated somehow.
Here's the problem. Here's always the problem that you're going to run into. The whole struggle of a currency is facilitating free trade. People are going to move towards whatever the freest form of trade is, and government regulation kind of spits in the face of free trade as much as people don't want to admit it. Like, forcing people to pay taxes on money changing hands is the government's goal. The government wants to control this. However, people will always be looking for a method to avoid that. So the second crypto gets regulated, then crypto loses its value.
There's also two other items, okay, when it comes to currency or money, and that is to include or to exclude. So, I mean, if you present to me Japanese yen, I can pretty much figure where that came from. You see, I know something about what elements of the Japanese yen I might trust. I know the entities that are involved. I know it's an island country. There's some things that I know about it. So you're not completely anonymous. Then I can get your driver's license. I can write down your name and so forth. With the cryptocurrency and the fall of the banks, it's actually pretty simple. The stuff can't really be, if you have a ledger in a bank and you're trying to follow government rules, which you have to follow, and these people, they're not trying to break the law. They're not trying to have a failed bank. That's not what they're trying to do. But how do they account for it? How do they account for the cryptocurrency? Where does it, in their ledger, the left side has to equal to the right side, and we have to keep a measure of these things. Now, the second thing also that money represents is sovereignty. Okay, it represents, I'm an independent, free nation, and people don't put a lot of credence in that. I think, but it is a very proud moment when you're a new country and you can print your own money. We see that in Africa in the past 30, 40 years. So go ahead, everyone, gentlemen, you guys just take the argument. But I know my arguments are valid. Question remains, what I continue to look for is how to profit from it, which I think actually you guys actually know more than I do.
The two things on what you said, George, regarding the trust part of it, like what you said, you trust certain aspects of a Japanese yen. That's one of the major things that Bitcoin does, is it replaces trust with transparency, which is huge. Because up until now, like in the history of financial services, you've always had to have like a centralized authority that you have to place your trust in. Like you have to trust your local bank that they're making the right decisions with your money. You have to trust the Federal Reserve that they're making the right decisions with interest rates. You have to trust the government that they're not going to pull an exit scam and leave with the money that they've just created in their new sovereign nation. So up until now, financial transactions have depended on a certain level of trust in the institutions that you've appointed to be the sort of the bastions of this trust. Bitcoin does away with all that, and it says, you know what, we're going to make all these transactions transparent, and we're going to introduce transparency, which trumps trust. You no longer need to trust a centralized organization. You no longer need to trust a certain bank's ledger. There's a public ledger for Bitcoin that anyone can access, anyone can look at, and you can instantly verify that a wallet has money in it before you do business with the company that owns that wallet. And you don't have to worry about trust anymore because it's all transparent. It's all right there for everyone to see. And that's the one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that, like, once you do that, you're sort of disrupting the entire financial system, because now it's no longer based on trust. Now it's based on transparency. And until banks start to open their books the way that Bitcoin opens its books to the transactions that are on there, the banks will never be able to match what Bitcoin offers. And then in terms of sovereignty, it's not about sovereignty of nations that matters. It's sovereignty of the individual that matters, because there have been sovereign nations that have done horrible things to their population. I don't give a fuck about a sovereign nation. In fact, nations are an illusion. If you look at the Earth from space, there are no nations, right? It's all about the sovereignty of the individual, not the sovereignty of the nation. And that's the other thing that Bitcoin provides you.
Sorry.
Those are excellent points.
And that's the other thing that Bitcoin supports, is that the sovereignty of nations is meaningless when you got someone like a Saddam Hussein, or you got the Taliban that's the head of your sovereign nation. That's totally meaningless. Who cares? I don't give a shit if Afghanistan has their own currency, if they're doing the things that they're doing with the Taliban. Fuck that.
Well, the other thing is honestly, I don't really think the SEC even wants to have to regulate it. I think that's what's going on, because if they wanted to, they would have just, passed something and made it and started taxing it. The SEC is basically like JP Morgan's bitch, right? They get them in trouble all the time. What do? They pay a little fine and they keep it pushing. And I think they're looking at this market scared shitless, knowing that once they do pass legislation, here come the lobbyists to change all the rules back into the favor of the crypto market within the next 10 to 15 years anyway. And I think that's what's going on. And I think that's why all that they're doing is just trying to kick the can down the road, just like the Federal Reserve with, manipulating the price of our money. So.
Yeah, it's kicking the can down the road is a good analogy. The point, I didn't want to take away from your point, so I'm taking a little extra time in between. One of the things that ends up happening is the FDIC, weren't they involved in brokering a deal for JP Morgan to acquire FRC? See, so in some sense, that's not true regulation, but they had to get involved, and that's the reason for regulation in the first place. That's the point that the FDIC is going to make to Congress.
Yeah, and I think what they're trying to do, I think they're trying to push the exchanges out. So if you're like solely a crypto exchange, I don't think they want those in the U.S. And I think they just want like the large major banks like JP Morgan and stuff to be basically the only payment rails.
Who's the next bank to fall then? Who's part of the bingo card?
Shit, I don't know. Look at Comerica Bank. Their year low, I think, is like $27. They're at like 36 now. You just missed a drop from like 41 though. So Comerica Bank, I don't know.
Nomura?
No, Comerica. Hold on, let me look it up.
Oh, I like those Japanese banks.
I'm seeing a local double bottom on the SPY. I think SPY is going to turn around now.
Probably will.
Are we witnessing?
CMA is the ticker.
Right now, this is a question, especially for human genome. Are we witnessing a favorable Bitcoin environment? And what that has done is devalued essentially the lower echelon of banks, because they are unequipped they have been unequipped to deal with crypto.
No, the lower echelon of banks, they've all made fantastic mistakes as financial institutions and fiduciaries are concerned. SVB, like there was one bank, the Silvergate Bank is the only one that was related to the problems were related to crypto because of, and even that wasn't related to crypto, that was related to FTX, which was just an Enron.
We
An
cannot
Enron of an
say that
organization.
Silvergate was the only bank. We cannot say Silvergate was the only
most
bank.
of the other banks, they had they made bad investment decisions with regard to low interest treasuries. The most recent one that went down, FRC, they gave jumbo loans at preferable rates in order to attract the Silicon Valley power people that are making the money in Silicon Valley, and they gave them loans at ridiculous rates, like jumbo loans at ridiculous rates that they shouldn't have, and then lo and behold, the interest rates turn around. Most of the problems that the banks that are failing are dealing with right now are the result of the Fed raising interest rates, and it doesn't have as much to do with crypto as it does with the Fed raising interest rates and poor financial decision making.
The crypto is in there somewhere. I mean, it doesn't help. The Ukraine war doesn't help. You know, the human beings don't help the situation themselves because we know about those folks. They suck. So, and then crypto's in the mix. It's just churning around in there somewhere.
We got to be more transparent about the crypto banking issues though, because it's not just Silvergate. Like Signature Bank in New York had massive issues with crypto lending. Cross River, which is private, not publicly traded, massive issues with crypto. Silvergate, massive issues with crypto. Like, and it's not crypto's fault. Like, but there are multiple banks that are going down because they were failing, and instead of going to traditional banking methods and being safe and sound, they wanted to run up their valuation by attracting crypto depositors that couldn't get banking elsewhere. So like Signature, for example, claimed, oh, we're not leveraged like with crypto, but they were going after the customers that were leaving Silvergate. Like same thing with like Community Bank, Cross River, like all these people were giving access to US dollars to Coinbase, like Binance, FTX, and because it blew up, they had to basically either find new ways to collateralize to get deposits back to normal levels, or they started chasing returns in unsustainable ways. So like Silvergate's still trading, like they still have access to crypto in terms of like the exchange network, like MCB. I mean, that's a whole different story. SBNY obviously delisted. Cross River, you can like do a Google search on what's going on with them, but there's a bunch of banking issues that are showing up now. And if you look at the like last crisis, like we're just at the start of the next one. Like you have a couple big banks blow up, a whole bunch of small ones start blowing up, and then you look back over the course of 2 years and you're like, holy shit, look at this damage. Like it starts with a couple big ones and then it trickles down to the small regionals. So like the fact that FRC is going down, the fact that Wall's getting halted, like it's a mixture of things. Like there were people that were like leveraged in 10-year bonds, like Silicon Valley, or there were people that were like chasing deposits by allowing FTX, CZ, like super shady people to bank with them and being like, hey, crypto's safe, even though they knew it wasn't. Like everybody's chasing dollars right now.
Again, I think that the concept is safe, but it's a safe thing being introduced into it's being introduced into an environment that wasn't planned for it. It's not a plan to create crypto. Crypto just kind of like technology. We weren't planning on advancing computers to as far as we had, and how useful that would be. So now you have this crypto thing, and it's going to become very useful in some very interesting and new ways. So it's just a shock result. People they're getting shocked because they still are behaving in the way that they have trained themselves, the banks, but you know one of the things that comes to mind is, in particular, is the Democratic Party. For example, I can completely and totally see them trying to create some legislation for some type of regulation because of damage as a damage control type of thing for crypto. And it's probably inappropriate for them to do so. Crypto is probably just fine via transparency. However, it's human beings, folks. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that happens. But trading.
Ready on? What'd your mom
Profit.
say?
It's gonna be really bad. Like, I think it's normal to see banks go down like this every day. It's not like it feels normal because we've been in this shit for so long.
There was a cryptocurrency that Hardy had gotten himself into equity wise, and then he actually owns the cryptocurrency, and the reason is that if it expands, he's like guaranteed to become like not only just a multimillionaire, but pretty substantial because he's in there very early. Anyways, I don't know. Someone else might remember the story better.
Well, if it's what I think it was, then yeah, that's amazing. So I posted in the chat a link to Cross River Bank story about how basically they're similar to Signature. So for those of you that are saying like, oh, Silvergate's the only, bank dealing with these issues, like take a look at what's going on in the private world, and I guarantee this is going on throughout banking. And this shit is not going to be good.
What do you think about Comerica Bank, CMA?
Where's it based? If you tell me it's based in New York or New Jersey or California, I'm gonna hate it.
All right, let me see. Hang on.
If you tell me Michigan, I like it.
Dallas, Texas, 7,500 employees.
Texas? Oh hell yeah, bullish.
Ticker is CMA.
People might confuse that with Country Music Association too. Definitely bullish.
Are you guys still out there?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm just
here.
trying to figure out how I want to play Spy tomorrow.
Look, anybody who doesn't have earnings right now is hurting. So it's like the only companies that I'm really seeing that are up are companies with upcoming earnings.
No, that's an interesting observation. It is very good.
So one of the things that I think is interesting is that Apple reports this week, correct?
Yes.
So Apple has been a huge part of what has kept Spy up this over the last quarter. And Apple has been, unlike Amazon, unlike Meta, Apple has been trying not to lay off employees in a heavy way. I'm kind of interested to see if that attempt to avoid layoffs will have the opposite effect of what it's had for, Amazon, Meta, and some of the other big tech companies who've benefited from, their forward guidance in terms of laying people off. Because basically, if Apple is bad, then we're going to have a really red week.
So that begs the question: when exactly is Apple reporting? Apple's not reporting until Thursday after close. So that's going to be after the FOMC. Well, Nate, I think I'm going to follow your thesis. I want to play Spy up and then Spy down after Apple reports. So maybe do like a straddle.
Yeah, keep in mind with Apple, because they're offering 4.25 or something like that. If there's a rate hike, that means that they just locked in a whole bunch of people at like a worse rate than they should have. So like it's actually a gain for them. So they took like $1 billion in 4 days of people being like, oh, I want that 4% yield, right? And then we're gonna go to, let's say, like a 25-point basis hike with like, probably some news that the end goal is gonna be like 6.5% federal funds rate. So like if you're getting 4%, but the rate is actually 6.5, and you're just letting it sit on your, Apple Wallet or whatever, you're actually making the worst decision that you could relative to what you could be earning. So like every time someone doesn't understand that and gives money to Apple, Apple's like making a massive spread against what the market offers. So they can go out and use that cash for whatever business, like relative to the actual cash. They're not using customer deposits, let me be clear. But you can be like, hey, look at how many customer deposits we have. We can allocate X amount against that because we have this amount of equity now in our business. So I would say that a rate pause would be really bad. Because that means there's no more hike, which means that you just gave everyone the best rate with rates expected to go down. So the last thing you would want to hear is a rate pause from Powell if you're bullish. The fact that Apple is taking in a bunch of cash right now. No, I'm not talking shit on Apple. I'm saying that Apple took in $1 billion in cash in 4 days because of the rate they're offering people to just leave their cash parked in the wallet. So if there's a rate hike, whoever just locked in that APY with Apple doesn't realize that they could probably get a better rate because the banks are going to be taking in a bunch of cash. There's going to be a rate hike. Now, the delta between the overnight lending rate and the rate that you've agreed to is their spread, which they can go use basically shore up their lending business. But with Apple, it's different because they're not trying to loan, people money to buy a house or buy a car or whatever. It's just kind of sitting there.
Well, they do finance the computers and stuff like that.
That is a good point. Yeah, the iPhones and the computers and the watches and all that stuff can be financed as well. See, somebody else said that PayPal is doing the same thing. I think for PayPal, it's actually a sign that they're in trouble because they did, buy now, pay later. Their credit provisions for bad credit are going up. So if they're like, hey, we'll give you 4.5%, it's like, no, if it's between Apple and PayPal, like PayPal doesn't make a phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, just leave it on my Apple Wallet, which is like accepted everywhere pretty much.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if it's between Apple and PayPal, definitely Apple. Does PayPal still own eBay, or do they spin that off?
Not sure.
BlackBerry's up 8% today. They announced that they're going to investigate reorganizing the company or restructuring the company somehow. Looks like the market is appreciating that news. Oof, Apple's down today too. Apple's sitting on $51 billion in cash as of their last earnings report. And that was actually down 20% from what it was before. So I don't know, $1 billion doesn't seem like it would make a lot of difference to them. They got more money than they know what to do with. Man, it's a beautiful day in Georgia today. Hope you guys are having a good day where you guys are.
Actually, we have a very shitty day over here, but I can't complain because it's one of those days where you almost want it to rain just to get the pollen out of the air.
So, Jim and Jenna, you're in Georgia, huh?
Yes, sir. I'm in Augusta.
Yeah, I'm in Decatur. So
Okay.
Cool. I'm in Old Atlanta. A lot of people don't know that Decatur was also known as Marthasville. So we were original here. The actual downtown Atlanta is not really the older place as we are over here on top of the hill.
Yep. Yeah, Atlanta's a nice place to visit, but man, that traffic. Oof. It is.
All right, so let me add something. Apple is promising a 4% return on their wallet. Is that correct?
Something like that. Check. Don't make your point. Go ahead.
So here's my question. Here's my regard question. Which one makes more sense? Owning Apple stock or selling your Apple stock and putting it into your Apple wallet?
Ooh.
That was good.
Shit.
Right?
And that's actually the question that we'll find out because with the rate hike, that's what people are evaluating. They're like, well, if the overnight rate is going to be 6 and I'm only making 5, do I want to be a lender or do I want to be a buyer?
I mean, the way I look at it is that it sounds like the stock has a lot more risk associated.
Of course, and that's the risk that they run with running the overnight lending rate too high is that there's a yield mismatch. And so people start looking at yield curve inversion, which has been going on for a while, right? Why are you getting paid more on short dated? Because there's uncertainty short term, right? So all these banks, even the Fed is saying like short term, we're trying to shore up our cash reserves of US dollars because the amount of USD that has been either blown up because it was leveraged into crypto, leveraged into GameStop, leveraged into Bed Bath & Beyond, $9 calls, whatever. Like the average person doesn't have the same discretionary because they've been leveraging. So we're trying to get people to stop doing that by just leaving cash in an account, which is why Apple is saying, leave your cash in the Apple wallet and we'll give you 4%. The banks are saying, leave your cash in your account and we'll give you 4.25%. Meanwhile, PayPal's like, create a savings account with us. Like, everybody's chasing after US dollars and trying to keep them in one place for longer period of time. On the same side of things, it's like, PayPal allows people to move money super quickly, so they're part of the problem. Like, for example, you can send somebody an invoice, have them pay you before the money is actually in their bank account. You can spend it. So if they don't actually have that money, PayPal's allowed you to spend something that they don't have. They're in the same situation where money's moving too fast. They don't know who actually has the cash that they say they do in their bank account. The banks don't even have, the cash in their depositories collateralized against their hold to maturity portfolios because the speed of the money is so fucking fast now. That's why like SIVB collapsed, because people got on Twitter and were like, yo, this bank is fucked, and like people pulled out their money hella quick. Like, you need to slow down money, and the only way you do that is incentivize people to keep it somewhere for a longer amount of time.
So another question is this rate that PayPal is offering, the rates that Apple, PayPal, Apple, fucking JP Morgan, every single bank is offering you like CD rates right now and promising you the world if you like invest or like give them your cash. Are these variable rates or fixed rates? Because especially for like the Apple Wallet, is this something that they can turn around in 6 months and just go, oh, we're adjusting the rate?
Sorry, can you say, oh, you're asking if it's variable? Well, yeah, just consider everything 9 times out of 10 is variable, because it's probably in the terms and conditions, like the certain conditions under which they can change it. Coinbase was doing the same thing. Like Coinbase used to give me 4% on USD, and then overnight they changed it to 2%, which is like a massive, massive, massive change overnight without giving customers a heads up. So, yeah. I haven't read the terms and conditions for PayPal versus Apple, but just assume everything's variable. Yo, Trash Panda, did I read that right? That just holding the same amount in wallet yields $608 more per year.
I mean, if you're not taking into account the stock price itself. So what you make on your principal is significantly more in the wallet than it is getting paid dividends by Apple.
Gotcha.
So but essentially what it's saying is that unless you have, let's see, 100 shares to move $600, so unless the price goes up by at least $6 for the year, you'll lose money owning the shares versus just putting
But
your
you
money
could figure that out relative. Like, there's probably a way to do that if you take the forward PE and the dividend yield to say, like, the underlying shares are expected to appreciate this much relative to the forward PE, and then the dividend will generate this much.
And of course, the problem that you have here is that Apple is trading the highest it's ever traded. So it's really hard to make a solid forward argument for where it's going to go. Yes, it'll most likely continue going up, but going up relative to what period of its growth? Because it's made a massive trouble I have with Apple is actually PE ratio. I think their PE ratio is about 28 to 30, and generally before 2020, before COVID, a PE ratio of about 14 was what you would have anticipated out of the tech sector. So whenever you see those, PE ratios starting to like push upwards, getting over 20, I don't know if the valuation is I don't know if that valuation makes sense. And again, when we talk about whether the valuation makes sense, it's making sense in terms of scenarios like this. Like, does it make more sense to pay for the stock or to have the guaranteed return on the wallet? Honestly, it might be a fun little experiment to look back a year from now and figure out which one was actually more beneficial in terms of an investment vehicle.
The other thing you could do is put 100 in each, and then any return you get from one, put it into the other, and then match the returns on those. So like you put 100 in like fractional Apple, and 100 in your savings account or whatever. So after a year, you'll put like $4.15 from the yield into your Robinhood account or whatever. And then whatever gains you get from Robinhood, you put that into the savings, and then you just keep doing that.
So are you suggesting hedging Apple using Apple?
Yes.
It's actually some wild shit. Now, again, like one of my questions is, at what point do these, especially for the banks, so at what point does your loan rate get so high that people start selling your shares? Because I mean, that's always kind of the question with investment, right? It's not just a question between stocks and bonds. It's actually stocks, bonds, and cash. So
Right.
at what
The
point
funny
does
thing is, I thought about that, right? So what happens is, like, you know, we have a down spy here, right? There's a tech sell-off. So people are like selling their Apple shares to get into this 4% Apple wallet. And the price gets so low that guess what? Apple announces a share buyback.
they would have the cash to do it?
Exactly.
We really haven't seen much of a tech sell-off actually, because look at QQQ.
All right, guys, gotta run. Have a good rest of your day.
Have a good one.
I mean, QQQ since October of last year has pretty much just been trending back up. I mean, you can look at the week and like it's still up within like past week.